Chapter 673. Jiang Xiao carefully read the introduction of the star technique. The second star technique, star concealment, no longer conceals the fluctuations of star power in my body. Has it been sealed? He had completely become an ordinary person. The introduction of the third star technique, deputy, is the same as that of the platinum deputy. Although the introduction did not change, the actual effect would change, right? The last highlight, the first star technique, earthlight. He added a sentence at the end. Jiang Xiao had always remembered the introduction of the three-star techniques. The introductions for the platinum terrestrial light and diamond terrestrial light were almost the same, but there was an additional sentence at the end of the introduction for the diamond terrestrial light. However, with a Nova map, the number of star slots and the star techniques that have been embedded in the star beads cannot be changed. 0 to 1. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yin dumbfoundedly with a look of confusion. Did the diamond earthlight have a new characteristic? There was no limit to the number of times he could change the appearance of the star map. But if he wanted a real, brand new star map, would he only have one chance? Is this new property a consumption one? Xia Yan's face tensed up, and she frantically asked, "What's the matter? Aya, say something. Are you trying to kill me?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, "Don't be anxious, I haven't figured it out yet." The rising star map meant a new class, right? From the perspective of turning stars into martial arts, it would be equivalent to having an exclusive star technique. Star Warrior Star Transformation was the understanding, development, and application of the Star Warrior Star Map. It could also be regarded as the only and unique star technique of the Star Warrior. The Diamond Ground Light said, "The number of star slots cannot be changed." In other words, no matter what kind of star map Jiang Xiao conjured, the 9 star slots couldn't be changed, right? Diamond Lamplight also said, star techniques that have been embedded in star beads cannot be changed. In other words, even if a new star map was created, the star techniques would still be embedded in it, right? Blessing, decoy, green glow, patience. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, what's the use of upgrading the Earthlight then? All of his star techniques were auxiliary-type star techniques. Of course, the Big Dipper star map was the one that could maximize the effects of the auxiliary-type star techniques. Could it be that he wanted to transform his star map into a star map to increase Sad Tears damage to a certain extent? Or should I turn into the Warrior's star map when I use green glow to increase the damage of green glow? Jiang Xiao grimaced in pain, feeling that the diamond ray was not as powerful as he imagined it to be. Wait! Jiang Xiao suddenly thought of something. Diamond bait. When the bait was summoned, its star map was empty. If Jiang Xiao's main body switched to the second star map and summoned the decoy in that state, bait was a whole new profession, right? What the hell? Something of value? But what was the point? Are there still 9 star slots in the rising star map? Jiang Xiao's qualifications are still too low. It's just a little more compatible, right? Originally, 7 white ghoul star beads were needed to absorb brass green glow. However, after the warrior star map was changed, he would only need to absorb 3 to 5 star beads to absorb brass green glow, right? From a good-for-nothing to a good-for-nothing who was compatible with the star techniques of a certain profession, his steps were a little short, and he couldn't even pull his balls after figuring it out. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and muttered, "I want to be a father. I don't want to be a younger brother. Shrimpy, tell me what happened." Xia Yin was really anxious as she grabbed her chestnut-colored hair with one hand, looking extremely impatient. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "I feel that I should be able to have a brand new star map, but it seems that the star technique that I embedded previously is still there and can't be erased. In other words, I should have another possibility of turning star techniques into martial arts." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows, as if she was listening to a fantasy story. Every star map was unique to a Star Warrior. The star map created the Star Warrior and also determined the future of the Star Warrior. This guy can actually switch to the second star map. Although he was joking, turning star techniques into martial arts was, of course, a particularly precious star technique. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, what should the second star map look like? Up to now, Jiang Xiao had already seen some people turn star techniques into martial arts. For example, Zhang Songfu, who was in the upper dimension of the snowfield, had a golden monk in his star map that could summon a giant palm. Besides, Zhang Songfu had summoned the giant palm when he was at the peak of the galaxy. At this moment, Zhang Songfu, who was already in the galaxy stage, had a deeper understanding of the star map. He might be able to mobilize more energy from the golden monk and even summoned the golden monk. Jiang Xiao had also seen the light chaser, Tengu, Zhang Wenqing's star techniques into martial arts. The giant wore a huge Tengu mask and could also materialize star power to attack the opponent. Second last, star techniques into martial arts were undoubtedly much more advanced. She did not summon a palm or kick her opponent. Instead, she could summon a star map and transform into an elegant and violent long-tailed lynx. Besides, judging from the situation of the previous battle, the long-tailed lynx had physical qualities that humans could not compare to, such as strength, speed, and leaping ability. Second last attributes had all been improved, and she might even have an enhanced five senses effect that would allow her to track the enemy more easily. The light chaser, Ho Yin-Huan, could summon 2 star power balls of martial arts, but Jiang Xiao did not know the specific effects. After all, the battle ended when Ho Yin-Huan turned star techniques into martial arts. Xia Yin said, "Do you mean that you can switch to the Big Sword star map now and become a melee fighter?" A Big Sword star map appeared in front of Xia Yan's chest with 28 star slots in it. She did have a capital to be proud of. Clearly, she was leading the way for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao seemed to be in a dilemma. The words 0/1 were clearly written on the introduction of the star technique, clearly telling Jiang Xiao that he only had one chance. Once the new star map was determined, it could not be changed. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had yet to decide whose star map he should copy, or whether he should create his own star map. Jiang Xiao shook his head and refused. "My mind is in a mess now, and I don't have a deep understanding of this newly advanced star technique. I have to think about it carefully." Xia Yin nodded thoughtfully and put away the star map in front of her chest. She suppressed her curiosity and finally quietened down to give Jiang Xiao some time to think. In fact, Jiang Xiao's mind was already filled with ideas. Can I transform into Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms? After all, Neza has 6 arms. One can hold a sword and a shield, another can hold ice, fire, and lightning, and the last can hold a milk bottle. Wow, that's way too cool, isn't it? All of them. An omnipotent, god-level star warrior is born. No, Neza is still lacking. I'll become a 1,000-armed Guanyin and hold a Star Warrior attribute in each hand. If this star map can really turn Star Warriors into Star Warriors, damn it, Jiang Xiao should be able to stand at the top of the world and shout, "Still, yes, who?" Rumble. Just as Jiang Xiao was dreaming, the space suddenly vibrated. Did little Jiang Xue successfully destroy another holy ground? Xia Yan's body swayed along with the trembling ground. She said, "Let's go back. We can go back to the tent. You can think about it too." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go." While speaking, Jiang Zhao's body turned illusory and star power surged continuously. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Xia Yin dodged the cracks in the ground and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I want to try and see if I can turn into a cheetah and run faster." Xia Yin was rather familiar with the secondary star technique. After all, she had participated in the process of Jiang Xiao experimenting with the secondary star technique previously. She said, "Didn't you say last time that you can only transform into a creature that looks like a human?" Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders. He thought that the effects would change after the upgrade, but the outcome was not ideal. Jiang Xiao said, "The holy ground here has collapsed. Let's go first. We can't be locked in here when we experiment again next time." On the first day, they arrived at the border of the Jindalai Republic. The Wasteland Reclaimers performed exceptionally well. The Wasteland Reclaimers were relatively independent and not under the leadership of the Jindalai Republic. Hence, no one stopped Jiang Xiao and the others from returning to the camp. As Jiang Xiao and the others returned to the camp, the soldiers of the 2 countries saw what they did in the afternoon and remembered it. The Jindalai Republic also informed the commander-in-chief of the Wasteland Reclaimers, Chen Shidao. When Chen Shidao listened to the notification from his allies and looked at the few video materials, he couldn't help but look at the world champion in a different light. Hearing the gratitude and praise of the Jindalai general, Chen Shidao was of course radiant. However, at the same time, he had some thoughts in his mind. People always said that soldiers were strong and generals were strong. When a general was extremely tough, the team he led would definitely be extremely powerful too. The other Wasteland Reclaimers did not have an outstanding record of destroying 7 immortal flower spaces in one afternoon. It was not because the Wasteland Reclaimers were weak. On the contrary, those who could represent the Wasteland Reclaimers to carry out missions abroad were the best of the best. Precisely because the overall quality of the Wasteland Reclaimers was extremely high, they were very comprehensive in their considerations. Besides, the battlefield was extremely special and involved the two countries. Hence, the Wasteland Reclaimers were indeed treading on thin ice. Hence, the data of the Wasteland Reclaimers was far ahead, making the other Wasteland Reclaimers feel amused and exasperated. This little guy is really not afraid of blowing things up. During the internal meeting of the Wasteland Reclaimers, this little guy was like a well-behaved baby. Chen Shidao's request to Xia Qi to ensure that there will be no disputes and no complaints was not only for Xia Qi, but also for the entire team. What happened in the end? As soon as the Wasteland Reclaimers entered the battlefield, they forgot all of Chen Shidao's instructions and directly rushed into the buffer zone to fight head-on against the Republic of Kimchi. Zhang Zhao's words, "If you want to make a move, do it now. We all need a reason," made the other Wasteland Reclaimers feel numb. These Wasteland Reclaimers were all real gods. They were all very humble and low-key, and no one said such words. In the end, the little guy from the 7th Wasteland Reclaimers acted tough. The problem was that he even acted tough from the beginning to the end. No one in the Republic of Kimchi really dared to pick a fight. Chapter 674. For 1,000 words, please give me some tickets. Young man, you're playing with fire. The young man who was being coveted by the other Wasteland Reclaimers was currently lying on his bed in a makeshift house, studying his diamond star technique. To be honest, Zhang Xiao had really tried to transform the 1,000-armed Guanyin star map. In the end, he had really transformed it, but it was just a camouflage star map and not a real Nova map. Zhang Xiao then tried to transform the Neza star map with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it still failed completely. It would be easy to change the appearance of a star map and imitate it, but it seemed difficult to create a real one. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but wonder, does one have to have a thorough understanding of star maps in order to create a star map? Does it not have to be something that I can do as I please? If that's the case, it would be really troublesome. Zhang Xiao knew nothing about star maps, at least not the Big Dipper star map. Do I have to wait until I reach the Starfall stage and become forcefully enlightened according to the rules of the Star Warriors world before I can create the star maps I want? Or is it because my requirements for star maps are too high? If I want to transform a single milk bottle star map, maybe I can succeed easily? Zhang Xiao curled up on the bed and pondered. His and Gu Shiren's beds were on the west side of the spacious room. There were 4 tables in the middle with daily necessities on them, including a sand table. Xia Yin and Han Jiangshue's beds were on the east side. Compared to the previous missions and battlefields that Zhang Xiao had participated in, the logistical conditions for this mission were undoubtedly much better. There was even a bathroom in the makeshift house. Although the equipment was simple, it was not easy to take a shower. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue had already washed up and were lying on the bed, chatting about something. Gu Shiren's bed was empty. At that moment, he was squatting in a standard Asian position outside the makeshift house. He had a cigarette in his mouth as he looked at the clean and tidy military camp. From time to time, he would wave at the patrolling soldiers to greet them. To Gu Shiren's surprise, half a pack of cigarettes was gone in the blink of an eye. The Jindalai soldiers really don't treat me like an outsider. They really want cigarettes. Moreover, his Mandarin was even more fluent than Gu Shiren's. Gu Shiren couldn't even pretend that he didn't understand Gu Shiren and managed to build a relationship with the patrolling soldiers in the camp and struck up a conversation, which was an unexpected gain. Regardless of which team he was in, he would always be the social butterfly of the team. He didn't expect Gushur and to suddenly emerge and snatch the title. They ate well, slept well, handled their interpersonal relationships well, and the logistics of the Jinalai side were even better. All of these were the reason for the 7th team's explosive battle results. From the 25th to the 27th of October, in this short period of 3 days, the Wasteland Reclamation Team 7 had destroyed an average of 9 celestial flower spaces per day, leading the Wasteland Reclamation Army in terms of results. It couldn't be helped. On the first day, because they arrived at the battlefield rather late, they only had one afternoon, which indeed pulled down the average number. Although there was no such thing as a leaderboard, the first clear teams were very clear about the results. Perhaps Jiang Zhao's team might not be able to defeat a Wasteland Reclamation team, but in terms of efficiency in finding and destroying dimensional spaces, the Wasteland Reclaimers were not afraid of any team. Han Jiangshue's Dark Space Teleportation, Jiang Zhao's Spacetime Rift, and Xia Yan's Field Tears and Blade of Desperation were all the best choices for searching and traveling. Jiang Xiao didn't even have time to study and understand Diamond Earthly Light, Diamond Star Concealment, and Diamond Secondary Phase. In his internal star map, the 3-star techniques had already reached Diamond Quality Level 4, 2000/10,000. Note, 1 Brass Quality, 10 Silver Quality, 100 Gold Quality, 1,000 Platinum Quality, 10,000 Diamond Quality. 4 Diamond Quality Star Techniques. Each absorption of a Platinum Star Bead would result in an additional 1,000 points of data. Every 10 Platinum Star Beads could only be upgraded by 1 small level. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's 3 Diamond Star Techniques were almost halfway there. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of quality was above Diamond. Under Jiang Zhao's leadership, the 7th team of Wasteland Reclaimers had a good grasp of the rhythm. They would wake up at 6 a.m. and rush to the battlefield at 7 a.m. They would then return for lunch and a nap. In the afternoon, they would continue to fight in the dimensional space and rush back to the camp before 5 p.m. An extremely serious and rigorous combat mission was actually achieved by Jiang Xiao. He worked from 7 in the morning to 5 at night, and even took a nap. As it was nearing November, the sky darkened earlier and earlier. Jiang Xiao did not advocate fighting at night. Although the sunlight in the immortal flower dimensional space was always warm and sunny, the outside environment would rotate between day and night. People always said that it was easy to encounter ghosts if one walked too much at night. Jiang Xiao didn't expect to meet a ghost on the 3rd day. At midnight on October 27th, it was close to midnight. There was a soft sound coming from the wooden door. Gu Shuren, who was closest to the door, suddenly opened his eyes. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to wake him up. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door was a little louder, which made Gu Shuren feel a little relieved. If they continued to knock on the door, it wouldn't be a sneak attack. At the same time, Xia Yan also opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. She and Gu Shuren looked at each other before getting up and waking up their companions. Ka-cha, ka-cha. This time it was not the sound of knocking on the door, but the sound of the lock being unlocked. However, the person who came didn't seem to be using a key. Instead, it seemed to be using a special item to unlock the lock. Gu Shuren strode over while Xia Yan condensed the giant blade of death in her hand and followed him in her slippers. Gu Shuren opened the door abruptly, only to see a young Jindalai soldier holding a paperclip in his hand. He looked up at Gu Shuren in shock. Gu Shuren carried the young Jindalai soldier in like he was carrying a chick. Xia Yan poked her head out and looked around, only to see that the tent was empty and silent in the dark. Xia Yan closed the door and turned around, only to see Gu Shuren tossing the young soldier onto the chair in front of the table in the middle. Dressed in a cashmere coat, Han Jiangxue walked towards the table and reached out to turn on the lamp. However, she heard the young soldier saying in Mandarin with a strange accent, "Don't turn on the lights." Huh? Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and looked at the soldier beside her with a pair of cold and sharp eyes under the moonlight. The young soldier was clearly freezing and shivering in fear. However, he said stubbornly, "Don't turn on the lights, don't." Xia Yin walked to the clothes rack and took off her trench coat. She then walked towards Han Jiangxue and draped it over her body. She then looked down at the soldier and asked, "What are you doing?" Jindalai, warrior, I have, report the situation." The young soldier's Mandarin was not good, and he sounded rather anxious. Hence, it was a little difficult for everyone to understand him. Jiang Shao leaned against the soldier and sat down. He then put his arm around his shoulder and comforted him softly. "Don't be anxious, speak slowly." The soldier looked like he was 15 or 16 years old, or even younger. He should be at the age where he should be in school. Was he forcibly conscripted here? The soldier looked at Jiang Shao with an agitated expression before taking out his identification and handing it to him. Jiang Shao flipped open his military identification and confirmed his armband before asking, "What's your name? How old are you?" Under the moonlight, the young soldier stared at Jiang Shao in a daze in the dim room, seemingly still in a dream. Is he a little fanboy? Crooked little fanboy? Dong, dong. Han Jiangxue tapped her fingers on the table and said coldly, "Answer the question." Ah. The young soldier looked rather delicate and pressed his hand on his chest to calm himself down. "My Chinese name is Ning. I'm 14 years old." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. 16 years old is the internationally recognized age of awakening. This guy is only 14 years old? He's already awakened? Is he a genius? Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shi, and with an inquisitive expression, only to receive an affirmative answer. He nodded to indicate that the kid was indeed an awakened because there were star power fluctuations in his body. 14 years old? I didn't expect you to be a genius. You awakened 2 years earlier than ordinary people, Jiang Shao said with a chuckle, trying to calm him down. To his surprise, Jiang Shao was completely wrong. The boy who claimed to be an Ing looked a little awkward and said, "We were forcibly instilled with star power and awakened our star maps. A group of people died and were crippled. I'm here." Hearing this, the 4 people in the room fell silent. Although the boy's words were incoherent, everyone could roughly understand what he was trying to say. He was not a genius, but a product that had been matured. If it were China, there would definitely be a large number of children who were instilled with star power and awakened at the age of 14. However, relatively speaking, there would also be many casualties. The children who should have awakened safely at the age of 16 might not be able to become star warriors because their bodies were not ready. In fact, their bodies might even become weak and weak. No matter how many medical awakened star warriors they treated, it would be useless. Their futures would be ruined. There wouldn't be any serious consequences if a 16-year-old child could not awaken. Choosing to undergo the awakening ceremony at this age could also awaken a person's star map to the greatest extent. It was the best time to awaken, but it was not the only time. At the side, Gu Shiran's eyes suddenly turned into double pupils, and he stared at the child in front of him in an extremely peculiar manner. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "Who gave you a Chinese name? It's very interesting." The child was overjoyed and said, "I gave it to myself. It's very impressive. Dark Shadow." Jiang Shao smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Gu Shi and nodded gently at everyone, and his eyes slowly turned into single pupils again. He had confirmed that the boy was not transformed from an earthen hibiscus. "So, Dark Shadow, why are you looking for us?" Jiang Shao asked smilingly as he took off the boy's military cap and smoothed his hair. "Everyone in the camp is an illusion. You guys are real." Ning suddenly grabbed Jiang Zhao's palm, giving him a great shock. With a sullen expression, Han Jiangxue said, "Repeat it." Ning swallowed his saliva and seemed to be trying hard to organize his words. He stuttered, White flowers, military camp, they're all," Jiang Shao asked. "Lilies of the bell?" Ning nodded repeatedly. "Lilies of the bell, lilies of the bell." Jiang Shao followed the boy's train of thought and said, "Do you mean that the military camp is full of lilies of the bell? Everyone in this military camp has been controlled." Dark Shadow kept nodding his head, fast and fierce, like a chick pecking at grains. Xia Yin sneered and thought, what a joke. Gu Shi and was, of course, the person in charge when it came to perception. He said, "I didn't find any lilies of the bell here." And Ying's delicate face was full of anxiety as he pointed to the ground and exclaimed, "Underground, underground." Xiaoyan sat down and rested her chin on her hand. Smiling, she teased, "Why haven't we been bewitched then?" And Ying's face was flushed, and he hesitated for a long time before saying, "I don't know." Xiaoyan smiled and pursed her lips before crossing her legs. If the table wasn't too big, she might have flicked his head to wake him up. Han Jiangxue turned to look at Gu Shi and said, "Chongming pupils, go out and check." Gu Shi stood up and said, "This military camp is full of star warriors. From the perspective of investigation and tracking, this place is, of course, full of star power. It doesn't make much sense." Although he said that, Gu Shi still walked out with 4 pupils in his eyes, making him look like a god of death. He stood outside the wooden door with his arms crossed and scanned the dark military camp. Han Jiangxue wasn't a very patient person, but since the safety of the team was at stake, she was very concerned. "Do you have any evidence?" Ning hurriedly said, "Officer Gao, range of activity, limit, small, order, strange." The boy added a Korean name after Officer Gao, but no one understood it. Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Officer Gao?" Ning thought about it and said, "The highest officer in the camp." Jiang Shao asked, "Chunpeng?" Jiang Shao couldn't help but think of the person in charge of the camp, who was also the burly man who intercepted the team's vehicle at the entrance of the military camp. Outside the door, Gu Shi walked in and spread his hands helplessly. "There are traces of star power everywhere. That's for sure. The people living here are all soldiers. Many of them don't sleep and are absorbing star power. It's even more so for those on duty. It would be abnormal if there are no star power fluctuations or remnants." Gu Shi added, "I can directly shatter the illusion. At least I'm not in the illusion. From my perspective, the 3 of you aren't either." Ning didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he could read Gu Shi's body language. An anxious expression appeared on Ying's delicate face again. Believe me, the camp is all a dream, a dream." Jiang Shao grinned. He didn't think that Ning was lying to him. Looking at the boy's anxious expression, Jiang Shao was more willing to believe that he really believed what he said was the truth. There was a problem now. How do I judge what's real and what's a dream? From Gu Shi's perspective, who could be sure that Gu Shi wasn't an illusion from his own head? Am I being controlled by the lily of the valley in some dimensional space now? Or am I sleeping? Or am I talking to a strange young man who calls himself an Ing in the middle of the night? Recommending a Loli's new book, Primordial Inn, should be interesting. Top point. Chapter 675. The next day, after the team of 4 had breakfast, Jiang Shao joined the squatting team in Asia and squatted at the entrance of the makeshift house together with Gu Shi and watching the passing military vehicles and soldiers. With a cigarette in his mouth, Gu Shi squinted and said, "It's extremely difficult to search the military camp, especially Chunpeng's tent. Even if we're Chinese reinforcements, they won't let us search his tent." Jiang Shao didn't have a cigarette in his hand. If he didn't want it, Gu Shi wouldn't give it to him either. It wasn't a good thing, so Gu Shi definitely wouldn't take the initiative to give it to Jiang Shao. In fact, ever since the 2 of them got to know each other, Gu Shi would only give it to Jiang Shao if Jiang Shao asked for it. Jiang Shao said, "Yeah, that's for sure. We'd better report it to him. It's always good to be careful." Gu Shi shrugged his shoulders and remained silent. Jiang Shao got up and walked back to the makeshift house, where Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were leaning against the bed and absorbing star power like meditating monks. Jiang Shao picked up a black walkie-talkie and said, "Team 7, calling for the Taoist priest." Xia Yin opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Shao with a smile. "You don't really believe that kid, do you?" Jiang Shao pressed the walkie-talkie again and said, "Team 7, calling for the Taoist priest." Chun Chi Dao's voice sounded from the other side of the walkie-talkie. "Password." Jiang Shao looked at his watch and said, 102819. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, Sir, we need some help. Chen Qidao said, Speak. Jiang Shao said, It's not convenient. I have to say it in person. The other side of the walkie-talkie fell silent. After a while, Chen Qidao said, At 18 p.m., wait for me in the tent. Jiang Shao said, Are you still in the base camp? We can teleport over now. Just tell the guards not to hit us. Chen Qidao said, Permission granted. Jiang Shao put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Han Jiangxue. Xia Yin muttered at the side, Seriously? Did you really believe it? Jiang Shao grinned and suddenly turned to look at Xia Yin. I love you. Xia Yin was immediately stunned. Immediately afterwards, she seemed to have understood Jiang Zhao's intentions. With a flushed face, she lowered her head slightly and said shyly, I love you too. WEF? It was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and stared at Xia Yin in bewilderment. Is this for real? Did I really fall for it? Did he really get dragged into an illusion by Lily of the Bell? Xia Yin pursed her lips and tried hard to hold back her laughter. She lowered her head and her shoulders trembled slightly. In the end, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Han Jiangxue, who was at the side, shook her head helplessly as she watched the two of them perform. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved, and he turned around in a daze to look at Han Jiangxue. I love you. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, Get lost. Phew. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more relieved. He turned around and glared at Xia Yin, who was laughing merrily. Gritting his teeth, he said, Vicious woman, my sincerity has been fed to the dogs. Xia Yin smiled and finally stopped. She retorted, You have a lot of sincerity, don't you? Jiang Shao retorted, What do you know? Men are supposed to love. Han Jiangxue couldn't take it anymore. She directly opened the dark space teleportation shield and used the star power threads to connect Jiang Shao, who was inside the teleportation shield. She then brought him back to the base camp, which was also the camp that the Wasteland Reclaimers first arrived at. The appearance of the dark space teleportation shield attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Fortunately, Chen Qidao had mentioned it just now. Otherwise, there might really be an accident. As the dark space teleportation shield spread, the two of them stood in front of the large tent where they had gathered and strode in. In the tent, Chen Qidao and his assistants were studying the situation of the battlefield and paying close attention to the camps where the teams were stationed through video surveillance. Seeing that the two of them had entered, Chen Qidao stood up from his chair and walked towards them. He then waved his hand and a space door opened. Jiang Shao got a great shock and thought, Is this the space door of the Scourge Ruins? Apart from Feng Xingyun, this was the second star warrior that Jiang Shao had encountered who possessed the star technique of the Scourge Ruins. How strong is this Chen Qidao? The three of them entered, and Jiang Shao saw boxes and boxes of armaments that filled the 100-square-meter Scourge Ruins. Chen Qidao said, What's the important matter? Tell me. Jiang Shao sized up the armaments curiously while Han Jiangxue explained everything to him. Chen Qidao listened to Han Jiangxue's narration and couldn't help but frown. Kacha! Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see that Jiang Shao had knocked open a box and taken out a few cans of red braised meat. Han Jiangxue was speechless. While Chen Qidao was deep in thought, Jiang Shao put the can of red braised meat into his pocket. Chen Qidao asked, Can you guys find that young man in the shadows? Han Jiangxue nodded and said, Yes, we know his serial number, the area he's guarding, and where he lives. Chen Qidao nodded and said, Good, don't make this public. This afternoon, I'll go to your campsite under the name of the 7th team. You guys go back now and carry out your normal mission. Don't let anyone find out. Make an appointment with that young man in your tent tonight. Han Jiangxue said, Yes. Chen Qidao turned around to look at Jiang Shao, who was stealing and couldn't help but smack his lips. He then opened the space door and said, You two can go back now. Oh. Jiang Zhao's trouser pockets were bulging and clanking sounds could be heard as he walked out of the tent with Han Jiangxue. As soon as Han Jiangxue exited the space door, she immediately activated the dark space teleportation shield. He could tell that she was eager to bring Jiang Shao away from this place. How big could the pockets of military trousers be? Even if they were stuffed to the brim, one pocket could only fit 2 boxes of red braised meat. When the two of them returned to the tent, Xia Yin hurriedly asked, "How did it go?" Han Jiangxue waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about it later." Jiang Shao casually placed the canned braised meat on the table and assembled the team at the same time. The team of 4 left the camp punctually at 6:45 a.m. and headed to the battlefield. At the border, the frequency of the opening of the space door was clearly decreasing, which was good news for everyone. The team of 4 remained divided into 2 groups and began the mission of destroying the space door. What was worth mentioning was that when the second space door was destroyed, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Platinum 100 kills, skill point +1. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, "I killed 100 platinum creatures? Since this message has been sent, I should be able to confirm that I'm not dreaming, right?" Jiang Shao had even forgotten about it. The reward came at the right time. At noon, the team returned to the campsite, ate, and took a nap. Everything was as usual. However, after the meal, Jiang Shao picked up the marker and grabbed 3 boxes of red braised meat. It couldn't be helped because Xia Yin was a glutton. When she was eating just now, she opened a box. Jiang Shao wrote a few numbers on one of the braised pork boxes, 2350. After writing, Jiang Shao picked up the 3 boxes of red braised meat and said, "You guys rest first. Gu Shuren and I will go for a walk to help digest the food." Xia Yin asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "If you walk 100 steps after a meal, you'll live to 99. Xia Yin muttered softly, "You'll be a scourge to 99. Jiang Shao didn't hear what she said. He walked out of the makeshift house and saw that Gu Shi and was indeed smoking after his meal. He was also carefully observing the passing soldiers. He even used the Chongming pupils to try to help the soldiers get rid of the illusions, but he didn't seem to find anything strange. "Let's go out for a walk." Jiang Shao patted Gu Shi and shoulder and walked forward. Of course, Gu Shi and had no objections. He extinguished his cigarette and followed him. The two of them wandered around the military camp and passed by rows of makeshift houses. They then saw a young man. Jiang Shao casually tossed a box of red braised meat over. The young soldier froze for a moment, but he saw Jiang Zhao's friendly smile. Besides, Jiang Shao seemed to be holding onto a spoon and making a gesture of scooping rice. The young soldier nodded gratefully. In the distance, an adult soldier stationed at another post couldn't help but look envious. Jiang Shao and Gu Shi ignored the adult soldier and continued walking forward. At a crossroads near the makeshift house of Chun Peng, the supreme commander of the military camp, Jiang Shao saw the familiar figure from last night. It was the young man who called himself an Ing. Jiang Shao tossed a box of red braised meat over and waved his hand with a smile. An Ing caught the can in a flurry and immediately saw the numbers on it. He discreetly wiped it off with his finger and nodded at Jiang Shao gratefully. Jiang Shao and an Ing walked around and realized that there were quite a number of young soldiers. 3 boxes were really not enough. After returning to the tent and resting for a while, the 4 of them rushed to the battlefield again. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, something unexpected happened after they completed their last mission and destroyed the last immortal flower dimensional space of the day. Finally, something happened. As soon as the 4 of them leaped down from the space gate in the air, the huge rock beneath their feet suddenly exploded in the chaotic battlefield. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Ding! Ding hiss! Gu Shi gasped and his forehead was hit by the gravel. His head tilted abruptly, and the sound of the gravel rubbing against his forehead could be heard. However, he remained unscathed. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin immediately placed their giant swords in front of them, and the gravel that was supposed to hit their faces were all blocked by the giant swords. However, more gravel hit the 2 of them. The gravel was powered by astral power, and when it hit their bodies, a piercing pain assaulted their bodies in the space gate. Han Jiangxue, who was the last to jump out, discovered that something was amiss and immediately activated the flame's shield. On the chaotic battlefield, the sounds of killing suddenly disappeared. The The soldiers from both sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The air seemed to have condensed into water, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jiang Shao put down his giant sword and looked at a soldier dressed in a navy blue military uniform from afar with his eyes squinted slightly. The soldier in the navy blue uniform raised his hand and said, "It's a misunderstanding." Xia Yin patted the dust off her body and asked while enduring the pain, "Misunderstanding?" The navy blue soldier shrugged and said, "Who knows if it's a star beast or a human coming out? You guys are in the buffer zone, so you should be careful." Xia Yan's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, and the excruciating pain in her limbs made her furious. "There are so many flowers in front of you, but you're not killing them. Instead, you're attacking the star beasts in the buffer zone." Han Jiangxue grabbed Xia Yan's arm with one hand, for fear that she would really rush to the other side. The buffer zone and the national border were two completely different concepts. There was a fundamental difference between them. On the fourth day, did what was supposed to come still come? The gravel was clearly not enough to kill anyone. It was just disgusting. Why did they do that? Was it to regain their pride from a few days ago? As for the Republic of the Universe, Jiang Shao believed that they could do anything. Could it be that their main force has arrived? Did someone back them up? Xia Yin turned to look at Jiang Shao. How could a hot-tempered person like her swallow her anger? Jiang Shao pointed the giant sword at the navy blue soldier and said, "I don't think this is a misunderstanding." The navy blue soldier said, "This is a misunderstanding, an accidental injury." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "That's easy to resolve. You've accidentally injured one of our people, so please apologize now. That's a reasonable solution, isn't it?" The navy blue soldier smirked and said, "I told you, that's the buffer zone. You guys should be careful." Xia Yin was burning with anger. Jiang Shao said in a deep voice, "If you don't apologize, you did it on purpose." Nonchalantly, the navy blue soldier said, "Think whatever you want." As soon as he said that, the navy blue soldiers beside him burst into laughter. Jiang Shao said, "Han Jiangxue, Huangfeng, drag him over." Han Jiangxue's eyes froze. "Are you sure?" Jiang Shao said, "Today they punched us, and tomorrow they'll kick us. The day after tomorrow, they'll put a blade on our necks. We still have to carry out missions here for a long time. We can't set a precedent. I'm the captain. I'll bear the consequences if the higher-ups blame us." Han Jiangxue bit her lip and stared at the navy blue soldier, who was chuckling nonchalantly. She reached out and tugged hard, after which a gust of Huangfeng gushed out from under the soldier's feet, and his body rose into the air. "Ah!" The navy blue soldier's face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Stop! Stop!" The group of aquamarine soldiers yelled in shock and hurriedly used their star techniques. All sorts of wind, whips, and threads of star power were used. Xia Yan, frost wind. Jiang Shao ordered almost at the same time that Han Jiangxue moved. Xia Yan was a fearless warrior. They were all warriors who hung their lives on their waists. Why should she be afraid? Xia Yin swung the giant sword of desperation in her hand, after which a gust of frost wind swept out and blew towards the opposite side. The soldiers on the opposite side were baptized by the gust of wind, which was accompanied by the freezing effect of frost wind. Han Jiangxue tugged hard again, and the navy blue soldier actually continued flying towards them despite the layers of frost. To Jiang Shao, that little bit of time was enough to determine his life and death. A beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly on the navy blue soldier in the sky. Ugh! Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he cut off the countless star power threads that entangled the soldier. In the chaotic wind, Jiang Zhao's calf was covered in green glow, and he kicked the navy blue soldier down. Bang! This time, the navy blue soldier no longer had to be pulled left and right in the air. His body fell vertically like a cannonball and landed in the buffer zone. Jiang Shao did not care about the wind and frost at all. His body flickered again, and he rode on the navy blue soldier before smashing his face. One punch, two elbows. One punch to draw blood, and two elbows to stun. It was extremely fast and ruthless, so much so that no one could react in time. The skills honed in actual combat were good at dealing with all kinds of fancy tricks. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive thuds, the battle ended as soon as it began. Gu Shiren held the black shield and stood in front of Jiang Shao, shielding him from the wind and rain and creating an environment for him to attack. He initially thought that he would have to hold on for a while longer, but he did not expect God Pai to be so fast. The Jinalai soldiers were all stunned, but they saw Jiang Shao pick up the navy blue soldier whose face was covered in blood and had fainted. Jiang Shao kicked the navy blue soldier out of the buffer zone and kicked him back into the camp of the navy blue soldiers. Jiang Shao looked at the shocked and furious navy blue soldiers from afar and said, "This is the buffer zone. You guys should be careful and not fall in. You'll get hurt easily." Continue to the 4,400-word chapter. Seeking monthly votes for support. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 676. The 4,600-word chapter is here. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. If everyone is happy, Xiaopi will get tickets, humbly and softly BB. The navy blue soldiers frantically caught their comrade who had been kicked back. Dozens of them glared at Jiang Shao angrily. Jiang Shao lashed out with his leg again, kicking a ground hibiscus that had just fallen into the space gate not far away. However, he did not leave. Instead, he stood in the buffer zone as if he was giving the navy blue soldiers a chance. A tall and burly male officer walked out from the navy blue soldiers and stared at Jiang Shao coldly with a sullen expression. Jiang Shao was wearing a dust-proof mask and a camouflage fisherman's hat, revealing only his eyes as he stared back at the unfamiliar face. Has there been a change of commander in this area? Is that why the soldiers have suddenly become so tough? Do they want to regain their pride? Jiang Shao did not retreat, and Gu Shiren had been standing in front of Jiang Shao without retreating at all. Not everyone had the guts, and not everyone was as confident as Jiang Shao. Gu Shiren had many reasons to withdraw and refuse to participate in such matters. After all, he was a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, and Jiang Zhao's actions were indeed a little out of line. He had gone against the expectations and instructions of the commander-in-chief. However, Gu Shiren was still standing there, standing at the forefront of the buffer zone, standing in the heart of the storm. Jiang Shao had always been someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Since Gu Shiren had made such a decision and was so determined, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. Having a reliable shield would indeed give him a sense of security. It had been a long time since Jiang Shao had an acknowledged shield as a comrade. Due to Song Chuanxi's presence, the original Wasteland Reclaimers took the path of a two-man battle. On the Guardians of the Night, Second Last wouldn't give the team a shield at all. She would go out and fight, and Jiang Zhao's responsibility was to protect himself and support her at the same time. It seemed that in her eyes, no one could keep up with her rhythm except Jiang Shao. During the journey of the World Cup, Jiang Shao had been fighting alone all the way. As a result, Jiang Shao had already regarded himself as a shield. Ever since Li Wei left, Jiang Shao had forgotten what it felt like to hide behind a shield. Jiang, come back. Officer Jiang, come back immediately. A strange Chinese accent came from Jinalai's side. However, Jiang Shao and his team remained in the buffer zone and did not retreat. It was as if they were waiting for the navy blue soldiers to make their choice. Just like Jiang Shao said, we all need a reason. Jiang Shao wasn't just saying it. He had already given Hai Lan enough reason. Sir, Officer 1, give the order. The aquamarine soldiers spoke one after another. However, Jiang Shao could not understand Korean at all. He merely saw the unfamiliar male officer casually saying something to the soldiers. The aquamarine soldiers were furious, but they didn't dare to say another word. They carried the injured soldiers back to their own country. As for the other soldiers, they continued to clear the dimensional star beasts under the command of the male officer. Jiang Shao humphed coldly. Upon sight of this scene, he said the same thing he said on the first day he went to the battlefield. I think so too. Jiang Shao then waved his hand, and the four of them retreated slowly. Such a scene made the blood of the Jinda Lai soldiers boil. Too damn tough. Although the scene looked comfortable, this team would probably be severely criticized by their superiors when they returned. Although the criticism wouldn't fall on the Jinda Lai soldiers, they sincerely hoped that after this incident, this team would still carry out their mission in this area. There was no other reason. As long as this team was there, carrying out the mission would be tough. Suddenly, the male officer moved. "Be careful, Jiang." A soft voice rang out. Jiang Shao stopped and turned his head abruptly. Among the four of them, only Gu Shi was walking backwards. Therefore, he kept his guard up and stared at the male officer who was walking towards him. Under the gaze of the soldiers from both sides, the male officer actually walked into the buffer zone step by step. What kind of scene was this? Right after Jiang Shao said, "This is a buffer zone, it's easy to accidentally injure someone." And right after Jiang Shao actually injured a soldier of the Navy Blue, the officer of the Navy Blue still walked in. What kind of courage did he need? What kind of courage did he have? What kind of strength did he have to support his actions like this? The male officer's slender figure was like a butterfly, leaning left and right among the flowers, tearing apart the huge petals. He stepped on the corpses of the flowers as he walked towards the team of four. However, Jiang Shao saw traces of Tai Chi in his every move. He didn't know if it was just his imagination. Jiang Shao pressed one hand on Gu Shi and shoulder and used a bit of force to move him to the left. The fact that the other party came here alone meant that he wanted to fight. Although Jiang Shao liked to hide behind the shield, the other party was alone, so Jiang Shao had no choice but to face the male officer directly. "You're not bad." The male officer stood 3 steps away from Jiang Shao. The moment he spoke, Jiang Shao jumped in shock. His Chinese was so accurate. Jiang Shao frowned slightly. The camouflage cap that was pressed down very low cleverly covered his expression. "Cut the crap." Wen Xiao. The male officer extended his hand and said a rather elegant Chinese name. That scene reminded Jiang Shao of the time when he extended his hand to Xia Yan. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? As someone who would usually plot against others, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't fall for it easily. He didn't want to show any kindness to the Navy Blue officer either. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were clearing the surrounding star beasts. Although Gu Shiren was worried, he had no choice but to help. Wen Xiao and Jiang Shao were standing so close to each other that the soldiers on both sides really didn't dare to make a move for fear of hurting their allies. Jiang Shao spat out a word, "Speak." Wen Xiao didn't seem awkward at all. He put down his hand and took 2 steps forward. These 2 small steps, however, affected everyone's hearts. He was tall and was half a head taller than Jiang Shao. He glanced over Jiang Zhao's head and looked at the Jinalai soldiers behind him. He said softly, "I came from behind you." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? What does that mean? Is this man from the Jinalai Republic? Is he a spy who infiltrated the enemy?" "No, there's no reason for him to tell Jiang Shao these things." Wen Xiao retracted his gaze and looked up at Jiang Zhao's eyes before saying, "I hate that place." Jiang Shao was stunned. "So, this is a star warrior who betrayed his country?" "I don't hate China, only gratitude," Wen Xiao said in a deep voice. "When I was in Jindalai, the food, clothes, bedding were all engraved with the shadow of China. I know where they came from." Jiang Shao frowned even more. "What are you trying to say?" Wen Xiao said, "Don't block my way, Chinese soldiers. I will destroy Jindalai completely." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "You might have to wait until we leave. Everyone has their own master." Wen Xiao seemed to have already expected Jiang Zhao's reaction. He didn't feel conflicted about the question and simply said, "What kind of story do you think a person has to go through to be filled with extreme hatred for the country that gave birth to and raised him?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I need you to tell me that." Wen Xiao nodded and said again, "Now that I've told you, don't block my way." Wen Xiao then retreated step by step and even nodded slightly at Jiang Shao. "The 4 of you can go now. If you enter the buffer zone again in the future, I guarantee that you won't be harassed. I'm even with China." Jiang Shao suddenly laughed and spun the giant sword in his hand. "Don't call it even? I'm not that important. I can't represent the country that rescued you. I can't accept this favor. Come on, don't hesitate. Fight me head on. When Xiao grinned and easily dodged the sneak attack of Lily of the Bell behind her, as if she had eyes at the back of her head. She then kicked Lily of the Bell to the ground, passed through layers of obstacles, and dodged the enemy attacks while keeping her eyes fixed on Jiang Shao. She then retreated to her own country step by step. Did this incident seem to have subsided? No, of course not. Jiang Shao could tell from the male officer's words that there was another meaning behind it. Let's go. Jiang Shao led the team out of the buffer zone and returned to the territory of Jindalai. Jiang Shao glanced back and forth at the Jindalai soldiers, after which he fixed his eyes on a soldier who was gnashing his teeth. He then strode over. The other 3 members of the team were a little puzzled, but they did not stop him. Do you speak Chinese? Jiang Shao put his arm around the soldier's shoulder and led him to the back of the battle line. Yes, sir. The male soldier, who was about 27 or 28 years old, hurriedly answered. Jiang Shao asked, When Xiao, who is he? The soldier's expression changed back to that of gnashing his teeth. Traitor. Ugly traitor. Jiang Shao asked while walking. Tell me everything about him. The soldier said bitterly. He was led into the Star Warrior's world at the age of 13 and became an awakened. He was the youngest and the most talented among the batch of awakened. He was also the one who received the most attention from the commanding officer. He had a bright future and a large number of star beads, but he betrayed this country that gave him everything. Jiang Shao nodded silently and patted the soldier's shoulder. Go back and fight. Thank you for your answer. We'll see you tomorrow. The soldier seemed to feel honored to be able to talk to Jiang Shao like that. He nodded at Jiang Shao gratefully and exclaimed, I hope to fight alongside you tomorrow, sir. Jiang Shao remained expressionless and turned around to leave with the rest of the team. The dust-proof mask concealed his emotions well. The 4 of them walked in the wilderness that was half green and half yellow. When they were far enough away from the battle line, Han Jiangxue asked, What did you see? Han Jiangxue had always been full of confidence in Jiang Zhao's deductive and analytical abilities. As the person closest to him, she knew exactly what Jiang Shao had done in the past, just like second last. Jiang Shao said, the key word that the soldier mentioned is that he's 13 years old. It means that when Xiao was forced to inject star power into him at the risk of being injured or even dying. Han Jiangxue asked, so Jiang Shao said, when Xiao has been telling us not to get in his way. We destroyed the star beasts and destroyed the dimensional space at the dividing line. What way did we get in his way? Did the army invade Jindalai? That's very unlikely, because when Xiao just made it clear that we won't be disturbed when we enter the buffer zone in the future. To a certain extent, he supported us in destroying the space gate. Clearly, this has nothing to do with blocking the way. Xia Yin frowned and pondered. What way was he talking about? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, We've been living a 2-point life ever since we came here. If the buffer zone doesn't get in his way, we can only get in his way when we're in the military camp. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, So, according to your speculation, he wants to do something to the military camp. Besides, the time of implementation should be when we're in the military camp. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, He left us with a question to think about. He asked us what made him hate his motherland so much and tried to convince us emotionally. He promised that our mission would be unobstructed in the future and that we could destroy the space gate in the buffer zone at will. In fact, he gave us the so-called convenience. We gave Hai Lan enough reasons, and he used practical actions to suppress the storm. His words can be extravagant, but his actions can't be fake. So, he's really trying to be friendly and wants us to stay out of it. Xia Yin was in disbelief and said, This is almost equivalent to declaring war on Jindalai. It can't be. Jiang Shao nodded and agreed with Xia Yan's words. Up until now, it's very difficult for wars between countries, especially between Jindalai and Kimchi, to escalate to the level of a national war. Conflicts can happen every day, and it doesn't matter if it's a small fight. However, I think a plan of this level is just when Xiao's personal behavior. Han Jiangxue agreed with Jiang Zhao's point of view and said, "A traitorous soldier, even if he's the commanding officer in charge of this area, no matter how charismatic he is, will at most lead a few teams to secretly plot and scheme. His plan will be stopped at some point in time." Han Jiangxue was smart and continued to analyze. She pointed out the main point. This should be a personal behavior. I definitely don't believe that Hai Lan would have the idea of fighting to the death with Jindalai. Jindalai is not a joking country. It's a country that can really explode. Jiang Xiao said, "Yes, it should be a personal behavior. However, Wen Xiu's words are very certain that he wants to completely destroy Jindalai. He wants to shake the foundation of Jindalai." Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao said, "It's almost impossible for an individual's power to shake the foundation of a country." Xia Yin asked, "Almost impossible? What's the slightest possibility?" Jiang Xiao shrugged. Wen Xiu came from the juvenile regiment, and that's the only thing that's closely related to Jindalai. That's his root. Those who survived in the juvenile regiment are not simply lucky. They're all survivors who crawled out from the pile of corpses of their comrades. The juvenile regiment is also the only thing that I can think of that is connected to the foundation of Jindalai. Jindalai has already planted the seeds of hatred for Wen Xiu. He just needs to light a fire to start it. Xia Yin had goosebumps all over her body, and her hair stood on end. Was all this speculation because of Wen Xiu's simple words of goodwill? Since the first day they entered the battlefield, Xia Yin had been a little unaccustomed to Jiang Zhao's state of mind. Now that Jiang Zhao said those words, Xia Yin suddenly realized the difference. Perhaps she shouldn't be living a peaceful life in school. The so-called tough battles that she had experienced all came from the dimensional space and were incompatible with the real battlefield. Jiang Zhao said, "So, do you still think that the young man who calls himself an Ing has a pure purpose? Why did Gu Shiren stand at the door of the makeshift house and look at the patrolling soldiers? Why didn't he find any traces of anyone being hypnotized or dragged into the illusion?" Jiang Zhao sighed deeply and said, "Extreme hatred, extreme desire, and maybe even the joy and worry of getting his revenge made Wen Xiu unable to conceal his inner feelings. He shouldn't have said those words to me." Wen Xiu's complicated emotions before the war, coupled with his gratitude and fear of the wasteland reclaimers, made him feel extremely conflicted. He said things that he shouldn't have. Too many people have been working hard for years and were about to succeed, only to suffer a mental breakdown. Zhang Wenqing's face appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind, and he said, "All of this is just our speculation. I need to make a call to confirm my thoughts." Han Jiangxue said, "Regardless of whether our speculation is correct or not, we'd better report it to the Taoist priest first." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and lowered his head as he walked. "That's the problem. What if? I don't want the juvenile regiment to continue to exist. What if I don't want to see this maturing plan continue to exist? What if I don't want to report it to the higher-ups?" Apex. Chapter 677. The content of the previous chapter was inappropriate and was blocked. Here, Yu admitted his mistake to everyone. He was too obsessed with the outline. This book had been written for 2 million words. If he were to express himself freely, he would have gone astray long ago. Yu had always followed the principle of following the outline. At the very least, he would not go astray. How should he put it? It was just a small side plot. It was just the content of the second and third chapters. It did not matter if he did not write it. It was fine as long as the protagonist got what he deserved. Since July, when the climax of the World Cup began, this book was pushed to a higher position by the toxic milk powder. You had written a few books. Of course, he was also flamed. But since July this year, the flaming cannons were very concentrated. The faces of the fake reviewers were too ugly. The extent of the little imp's jealousy really opened Yu's eyes. He could not block them even if he wanted to. Yu also said that he did not do anything against the rules. He did not fake any data. The little toxic milk was able to get to where he was today because of the love and support of the toxic milk powder. I think writing a book is not just about the author writing and the reader reading. It is a kind of communication between both sides. Since the little toxic milk wrote, until now, I believe that the readers have communicated with you a lot. Everyone can see you's thoughts, ideas, and persistence from beginning to end. Or perhaps that vague blessing is more practical. You also saw your love, compatibility, and requirements for words, taste, and value. Thank you for discovering this book and keeping it. He told everyone that this book would continue to be good. It was not about the results, but the style and core of the book. No matter how much he had to endure, Yu's persistence would not change. Thinking back to the first book, he did not sign a contract at all. He did not earn any profits at all. He forced himself to write 3 million words to finish the book. He threw himself into the last book and kept writing, updating, until the book was finished. No matter what, Yu was always here, always writing. I firmly believe that one day, you will see me. The next 2 chapters of the side plot will be changed. No problem, continue on the path. Today, the update will be delayed at noon. Move it to the evening. 2 updates at 8 p.m. 2 million words. I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Mistakes have to be corrected and made up for. From tomorrow onwards, 3 updates every day until the end of August. Putting the results aside, attitude speaks. See you at 8 p.m. Chapter 678. The plot continued with Chapter 659 and went straight to the main plot. There was a 5-minute delay for the next chapter. At dinner time, in the barracks, in the prefab house where the wasteland reclaimers were staying, Chen Qidao shouted, "You're amazing." Huh? Jiang Shao curled up in the corner and shivered. He almost turned into a cute lowly and squatted down with his hands on his head. Chen Qidao put his hands on his hips and looked at Jiang Shao, who was silent in front of him. He seemed to be exasperated and said, "I told you to be careful. You didn't even allow a single complaint, but you dragged him into the buffer zone and beat him up?" Jiang Shao said weakly. He fell in. Chen Qidao was so angry that his body was trembling. He pointed at Jiang Shao and could not say anything for a long time. What made this scene even more funny was that the female soldier assistant brought by Chen Qidao was actually covering her mouth and laughing. Chen Qidao shouted, "Transfer! Your 7th team must leave." Don't, Taoist priest. Jiang Shao hurriedly stood up when he heard that the situation was not right. Although the atmosphere on the buffer zone was tense, and there were indeed some small conflicts, in the end, the Navy Blue team gave up and watched Jiang Zhao's team return. They did not even show up and acted like cowards. No one made a decision for them. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, we've already conquered the world." No, we've already expressed our stance. After this time, we'll definitely destroy the dimensional space safely and have no more entanglements with the other party. If you change to another team, these foundations will have to be rebuilt, which is not good for our mission." Chen Qidao said, Jiang Shao said matter-of-factly, "That's it. We can now destroy the dimensional space with peace of mind. I promise you, we will never have any conflicts with the soldiers of either side in the future." Chen Qidao touched his chin with one hand and thought for a while before saying, "If any similar incidents happen again, you don't have to change positions with other teams. Just pack up and go home." Okay. Jiang Shao was overjoyed as he finally understood Chen Qidao's inner thoughts. Words could be exaggerated, but actions could not be fake. Could it be? Chen Qidao could not say it out loud due to his identity and had to make a strong criticism. It's very possible. The Chinese soldiers who were charging at the front line of the battlefield should have a similar mentality as Jiang Shao and the others who were also fighting on the front line. Although Chun Chi's expression was still serious, he said, "The other teams also entered the buffer zone to destroy the Celestial Blossom space. Look at how they dealt with it. Learn well." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. Yes. Seeing that Jiang Shao had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, Chen Qidao's expression softened a little. He said, "You've done well. The dimensional spaces in the 2 countries have also passed the peak period of blooming, and the situation is under control. You have to maintain this standard. If the results are good, I will suppress your situation this time." I promise to complete the mission, Jiang Shao hurriedly said. Chen Qidao nodded his head in satisfaction. He raised his hand high and gently put it down. Whoosh! Chen Qidao activated the ruins of calamity and tilted his head. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and hurriedly walked in. The two figures disappeared into the space gate. In the ruins of calamity, Jiang Zhao's eyes were once again fixed on the box of braised meat. Chen Qidao said, "After coming here in the afternoon, Xiao Yang and I, the female soldier assistant, met with Officer Chun Peng in his tent. We didn't find any problems." Jiang Shao nodded silently. "That child," Chen Qidao said, "I've looked into it in detail. The experiment you mentioned did happen before, but it was all voluntary participation by families and children. Due to the poor results, the plan was completely abandoned after only one experiment. Jean Delay settled these families very well, and there were no problems." Jiang Shao nodded. Chen Qidao gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "It's good that you reported to your superiors in time. You're a qualified soldier. Everyone's style is different, so the style of leading a team to carry out missions will naturally be different as well. Restrain yourself a little. You've already gotten the environment you wanted. Now, focus on destroying the dimensional space and focus on our mission to protect this land." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir." Jiang Shao thought to himself, "Of course, I have to carry out the mission, but most importantly, I have to upgrade my star technique to diamond." That night, Ning went to the prefab house according to the agreed time and told Chen Qidao and the Wasteland Reclaimers about his story again. It could be seen that Shadow really believed that the entire military camp was under the control of Lily of the Bell. His heart was good, and he wanted to protect his hometown, but there might have been some accidents during the awakening plan, and his mind was a little muddled. At the end of the day, Lily of the Bell was a huge threat to humans because her star techniques were too special. Chen Qidao toured the military camp under Officer Chun Peng's lead in the afternoon, but he didn't find any problems at all. Hence, Chen Qidao encouraged Ning and repeatedly emphasized that he would continue to stay there for a few more days. If he really found any dangerous situations, he would solve them in time. The small disturbance passed, and Jiang Zhao's team continued to carry out the mission. With the foundation that they had laid previously, it was much safer for them to carry out the mission in the buffer zone. The next day, the Wasteland Reclaimers rushed to the battlefield as usual, which made the Jindalai soldiers cheer. They thought that the 7th team would be punished after the minor conflict yesterday, but they didn't expect them to still come. The demarcation line formed by the dimensional space was in a rather strange state. In the past few days, Jiang Shao and the others had cleared nearly 30 space gates in a centralized manner. Hence, there were only 3 to 5 space gates scattered along the border of nearly 100 meters. They reckoned that they should have just been opened last night. Outside the 100-meter border, the dimensional space gates were stacked and densely packed, which was quite a spectacle. Xia Yin looked up at the immortal flower space and said, "Let's push towards the east. We'll be able to meet up with Team 4 of the Joint Safety Zone sooner or later. Let's go." Jiang Shao waved his hand, and Han Jiangxue gave him face, allowing him to do his best. Before Jiang Zhao's hand landed, he was blown into the immortal flower dimensional space by Han Jiangxue's barren wind. The 7th team did not disappoint commanding officer Chen Qidao's trust. At least during the 3 days that he stayed in the military camp, Jiang Shao and the others destroyed a total of 32 space gates, and even pushed the demarcation line to the east by nearly 170 meters. The results were indeed astonishing. Jiang Shao and the others rarely stayed in the buffer zone. As soon as they came out, they were blown into another space gate by Han Jiangxue before their feet even touched the ground, minimizing the friction between them and the soldiers from both sides. That was also the most important thing. The Wasteland Reclaimers did not have any conflicts with anyone again. What was meant to happen would eventually happen. Although Jiang Shao was obsessed with destroying the dimensional space, he did not deliberately farm for the Earth Hibiscus star beads. However, in the process of searching for the Holy Ground, Jiang Shao still had to replenish his star power through the Earth Hibiscus star beads. Hence, On the afternoon of the third day, Jiang Zhao's three-diamond star techniques had advanced. The internal star map finally marked the quality above diamond for Jiang Zhao, star. In the immortal flowered dimensional space, Jiang Zhao grabbed the star bead that Xia Yin handed to him with anticipation and chose to absorb it immediately. In the internal star map, a few pieces of information popped up. Earthlight upgrade, star quality, star concealment upgrade, star quality, secondary image upgrade, star quality. Jiang Zhao licked his lips excitedly and thought, it's not a diamond master. Instead, it's a star quality. This is a world related to stars. Everything in the star map, star power, star beasts, and star weapons are all related to stars. Since it's called star quality, has it reached the peak? After all, the minor levels are gone, and the progress bar is gone too. All that's left is a lonely star quality. Did I graduate? Wow, I've finally graduated with 1-star slot and 3-star techniques. I suddenly feel a sense of accomplishment. Xia Yin looked at the silent Jiang Zhao curiously. Of course, she could tell that his absorption of the star bead this time was different from the previous times. Hence, she had some guesses. Xia Yin said, "Hey, Pippi, don't tell me that the quality of your star technique has been upgraded again." Jiang Zhao scratched his head and looked at Xia Yin. What if I say yes? Xia Yin couldn't help but purse her lips, not believing Jiang Zhao's words. Why don't you go to heaven? I've really gone to heaven, Jiang Zhao muttered and looked at the star quality. The star referred to the stars in the sky. The person in front of him was his beloved husky. What's the quality above diamond? Xia Yin asked curiously as she leaned over with a puzzled expression and placed her elbow on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment and did not give the correct answer. Instead, he said, "How would I know? Yellow diamond? Green diamond? Red diamond? Colored diamond? Big diamond?" Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Zhao also looked at the star technique introduction. Earth light, star quality. When a star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. Activating it will continuously consume star power. However, with the star map, the number of star slots and the star beads that have been embedded cannot be changed. 0/3. Oh, the quality didn't change, but the quantity did? I can have 3 new star maps now. Does that mean that there will be 3 more star transformations? Wow. When I reach the starfall stage in the future, I can discard my star techniques and focus on using star transformations instead. Brothers, are you still stuck at the level of using star techniques to fight? Your god Pippi has already begun to combine and match 4 types of star transformations to fight against you. Damn it, why don't I create 3 milk bottle star maps? 1 for concentrated, 1 for high calcium, and 1 for full fat. I'll then turn all of them into star bottles. In the future, if anyone is dissatisfied, I'll force them to submit top. Chapter 679. Tisk TSK. He. Jiang Zhao looked at the star slot that he had graduated from and felt a sense of accomplishment. Max level. Very powerful. Why are you sneakily smiling? Xia Yin looked at Jiang Zhao, who was smiling foolishly, and grumbled, but she had no choice but to believe him. Xia Yan's expression changed, and she finally asked, "Has the quality really been upgraded? The world has never seen a diamond quality before. Anything above diamond quality is simply a fantasy." It was no wonder that Xia Yin refused to believe it. Although Jiang Zhao was magical enough, anything above diamond, for Xia Yin, who had been raised on the right path since she was young, it was completely beyond her imagination and even expanded her worldview. "I promise I'm definitely not lying to you," Jiang Zhao replied while looking at star concealment. Star concealment, star quality, freely mobilize the star power in the body through sealing, concealment, adjustment, and transfer. Jiang Zhao stared at the introduction on the star technique list in a daze and exclaimed, Damn it." Jiang Zhao was reading the star technique, while Xia Yin was clearly still in shock about the upgrade of Jiang Zhao's star technique. Xia Yin finally accepted the fact that Jiang Shao had achieved an unprecedented feat. She could no longer contain the joy in her heart. Wow. Big color diamond. Xia Yin suddenly picked Jiang Shao up and threw him into the sky before scattering flowers to celebrate. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. You're the first to discover it, so you have the right to name the quality. Listen to me. Let's call it big color diamond quality. Xia Yin grabbed Jiang Shao and threw him into the sky again. In this beautiful sea of flowers, Jiang Shao was thrown into the sky by a beautiful girl again and again. The scene was beautiful, but it didn't seem harmonious at all. Big color diamond? Forget about the big color diamond. Why did you add big color diamond? You must have used penguins to take pictures, right? Jiang Shao suddenly stretched his hand out and tried to mobilize the star power in his body to smear it on Xia Yan's face. However, the effect gave Jiang Shao a great shock. Did I use too much force? Jiang Shao felt the layers of star power in his body surging outwards frantically. It was different from normal offensive means of releasing star power. It was also different from using star techniques that consume star power. Jiang Shao was simply pouring star power outwards. This was really called stealth. At this rate, the astral power in his body would be completely emptied in 30 seconds at most. He was really stealthy. Who can find out that I'm a star warrior? The basic skill, star power abundance, was a hindrance. It was a passive basic skill and did not need to be activated. It was constantly replenishing star power for Jiang Shao, Xia Yin felt layers of star power surging toward her, and she almost thought that Jiang Shao had broken through to the next realm. Only when one broke through the star power realm would the star power of heaven and earth converge into a certain area. It was similar to the current situation. Xia Yin frantically caught hold of Jiang Shao in shock. On the other hand, Jiang Shao broke free from her embrace and landed on the ground before retreating. He then extended his hands and frantically emitted star power at Xia Yin. Xia Yin's chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her charming face. She had never felt such a dense and pure astral wind before. When humans broke through the star power realm, there would definitely be such a phenomenon, but it would only last for a short while. Jiang Shao was truly transforming the star power environment. The scene was rather strange because the star power that was transferred out was transparent. When absorbing star power from the outside world, people would be able to see layers of star power surging, and there would even be spots of light that represented star power. However, the star power that was transferred out of Jiang Zhao's body did not have any color, but when a large amount of star power gathered together, it was as if the air had condensed into water. It was sticky and condensed in the thick and transparent star power. Xia Yin actually found it a little difficult to breathe. Xia Yin hurriedly moved away and retreated to the side when people were blown by the strong wind. There would also be times when they could not breathe. However, it was not a normal wind, but a strong wind of star power. Although the wind was not strong, it was dense. What kind of divine star technique is this? Is the title of the toxic healer going to evolve? Not only can it make the opponent dizzy, but it can also suffocate the opponent to death with star power? Xia Yin took a deep breath and asked, "What's that?" Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and asked, "A way to conceal star power?" Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao with a caring gaze and pointed at the rich star power that had yet to dissipate. "You're telling me that's called concealment? It's so eye-catching. Even a fool would be able to discover it, right?" Jiang Shao said thoughtfully, "Star concealment is a star technique. Although its main function is concealment, the method of concealment and the route of upgrading the quality of the star power are freely controlled." Xia Yin asked, "Freely controlled?" Jiang Shao reached out and froze in midair with an extremely awkward expression. Xia Yin frantically asked with concern, "What's the matter? What happened?" Jiang Shao said meekly, "It should only be able to control the star power in my body. After the star power is transferred out, it'll be a one-off transaction. I can't transfer the star power back." Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's all right. It's such a rich star power environment. I'll absorb it all in a while. Xia Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, in such a star power environment, cultivation should be fast, right? Xia Yan's words made Jiang Xiao think about the upper dimension. However, even the concentration of star power in the upper dimension could not be compared to the star power environment that Jiang Xiao had created himself. Should be? I won't absorb it then. It's too slow. I'll use the power bank. After hearing Xia Yan's words, Jiang Xiao retrieved a large amount of star power from the bamboo bear cub in the star map. Bamboo bear power bank. There's electricity in the source and infinite power. TSK. It's a little comfortable. Jiang Xiao tried to transfer the star power in his body and continued to inject it into a certain area. Xia Yan looked at the visible thick star power excitedly and even waved her hand, after which an illusory shadow blade was thrown out and pierced into the surging star power. Screech! The sharp shadow blade pierced through the layers of star power, and the thick star power flow was pierced. The shadow blade then outlined the star power threads and flew backward. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Xia Yan and couldn't help but say, there are power banks everywhere here. We can operate them. Xia Yan asked why. Jiang Xiao said excitedly, I'll use countercurrent light to connect to the group of flower-type star beasts and drain all of their star power before transferring all of it to my Scourge Ruins. In this case, I can transform the Scourge Ruins into a place with a high concentration of star power. Wouldn't it be easier to cultivate there? Wow! Xia Yan couldn't help but exclaim, isn't that the case? Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yan in a daze and said, it should be, right? I'll try it later. Jiang Xiao then stopped inputting star power and began to study other ways of using star concealment with joy. The test had indeed broadened Jiang Xiao's horizons. There was still plenty of room for improvement in the highest quality star concealment star technique. Jiang Xiao could now seal most of the star power in his body and only reveal a little of it. He could then disguise himself as a rookie in the Stardust stage or an awakened in the Nebulous stage. Sealing, concealing, adjusting, transferring, and so on. He could directly seal, conceal, adjust the degree of his star power fluctuations, disguise his star power realm, or transfer all of the star power in his body. Wow, this is something. Jiang Xiao suddenly thought of something and thought, since I can control star power, can I transfer it out and compress it into a weapon or a shield? Jiang Xiao stretched his hand out and tried to compress it, after which a transparent ball of star power appeared in his palm. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and explained, I want to try to compress it, but it doesn't seem to work. Xia Yan walked forward curiously and reached out to grab it like a butterfly, after which the dense star power ball dissipated immediately. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Xiao and said, it feels a little solid. Try again. Jiang Xiao tried to transfer the star power in his body again, and a ball of star power appeared in his hand. Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before shaking his head helplessly. The two of them were like children who had found a new toy as they continuously experimented with the magical star concealment, star technique. The essence of star concealment was good, and it had been upgraded to the highest quality, allowing Jiang Xiao to freely adjust the star power in his body. However, it seemed to have gone astray, which made Xia Yan have a great time. Jiang Xiao tried again and again, but Xia Yan was having fun. She persuaded, don't be discouraged. Although you can't compress it, the transfer of star power is already very impressive. Not only can you transfer the star power of star beasts into the Calamity Ruins, you can also empty other people's star power. Jiang Xiao nodded thoughtfully and said, after activating the countercurrent light, I'll immediately transfer the other party's star power out and then transfer it out again until the other party's star power is drained. Xia Yan couldn't help but shiver and think, this person is so vicious. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, I could have done that a long time ago. The transfer of star power would take at least 30 seconds. I might as well flash quickly and use up the star power in my body. Xia Yan retorted, after you flash, won't you have to reconnect the countercurrent light? If you empty other people's star power and release it at the same time, it'll be continuous. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yan, who was being stubborn and annoyed. He said, In that case, I'll connect you with the countercurrent light while I swing bell and release domain tears, okay? Wouldn't the domain tears consume a greater amount of star power? You, humph. Xiaoyan pursed her lips and turned her head away. I'm trying to comfort you out of goodwill. Seriously. Okay, don't be angry. A female voice suddenly sounded behind her, and Jiang Zhao's large hand turned into a fair and tender palm that gently patted Xia Yan's head. Xia Yan was dumbfounded, and she took 2 steps back, only to see another Xia Yan standing in front of her and comforting her with a gentle smile. You, why did you change again? You can actually imitate my voice? Xia Yan was really confused and infuriated at the same time. All of a sudden, she didn't know whether she should be angry or curious first. Jiang Yin tapped her lips with her finger and seemed to be deep in thought. All of a sudden, Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "You're very strong, God Pai." Xia Yin stared at Jiang Yin in bewilderment and wondered what happened. Jiang Yin seemed touched and said in a trembling voice, "Did you hear that? Second Last praised me. She actually praised me. In my lifetime, Apex." Chapter 680. 3 o'clock, 12, 17, 20. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months passed, and it was already mid-December. With the joint efforts of the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Jindalai Army, the peninsula finally saw light after a difficult period. In fact, as early as half a month ago, at the beginning of December, everyone had already seen hope. It was on December 3rd when Jiang Shao and his team cleared the dividing line of nearly 100 meters and the space door on the dividing line. On December 4th, the Wasteland Reclaimers rushed to the battlefield again, only to discover that the dividing line was still as clean as before and there were no more space doors at night. Ever since that moment, Jiang Shao knew that the most dangerous time had passed and the mission was about to be completed successfully. Clearly, the period of frequent appearances of the dimensional spaces had passed, and after another half a month of consolidation, the soldiers managed to maintain their victory. On December 16th, the territory of Jindalai was quiet, safe, and stable. At this point, Jiang Shao and the others were no longer just destroying the dimensional spaces. Instead, they began to do things that were within their power, such as dumping the trash. The large-scale appearance of the dimensional spaces was imaginable how much pollution the flower-type star beasts had caused there. Be it the earth hibiscus or the lily of the bell, their star techniques were too special and threatening. Hence, the Jindalai army gave instructions. The soldiers also followed the instructions and gathered all the corpses of the flower-type star beasts together. However, they were not allowed to bury or burn them. Instead, they had to be dumped into a dimensional space to ensure that the Earth's environment would not be polluted and that no accidents would happen again. Han Jiangxue became a member of the Movers. Of course, she didn't know how to use the Door of Heaven, but she knew how to teleport. When the soldiers used the trucks to transport the star beasts back and forth, Han Jiangxue instructed the soldiers to pile up the corpses of the flower-type star beasts together under Jiang Zhao's instructions. She would then teleport them to the designated space door. The Jindalai soldiers would then use their Wind Series star techniques to blow the flower-type star beasts back into the space door. Such a scene also made Jiang Shao think about it. The appearance of the dimensional space door seemed to have given a place for the garbage produced by humans on Earth to go. In any case, this kind of lower dimension would completely lose contact with Earth once it was closed. It seemed to be a small investment with great profits. Whether it was during or after the war, the performance of the 7th Wasteland Reclaimer team was extremely eye-catching. Through practical actions, they won the gratitude and admiration of the soldiers at the grassroots level and also made the higher-ups of the Jindalai side exclaim in admiration. On the one hand, Jiang Shao and the others were working so hard because they were carrying out a mission. On the other hand, Jiang Shao did have some plans in mind. He wanted a medal. Jiang Shao also wanted all the members of the team to receive medals. This could be considered as a good start to the military careers of the other three. From October 25th to December 16th, For more than 50 days, Team 7 worked hard and fought bravely for 40 days, and the remaining 10 days were spent on post-war work. During this period of time, two major events happened. The first major event was that Xia Yin had broken through the early galaxy and entered the middle galaxy. After a long period of regular and arduous combat, Xia Yin finally touched the threshold of the middle of the galaxy realm. Besides, this was completed when Jiang Xiao was infusing her with star power. She had yet to enter the modified shadow of Calamity Ruins to cultivate. The second major event was Jiang Zhao's modified shadow of Calamity Ruins. It turned out that he really could. During the second half of the mission, the situation on the peninsula was no longer critical, and Jiang Xiao could also carry out his little plan. Xia Yin had seen such a scene countless times. Jiang Xiao threw out 5 rays of countercurrent light and connected them to the bodies of the 5 flower-type star beasts, frantically absorbing their star power. He then stretched his hand out and poured star power into his scourge ruins. Under Xia Yan's protection, Jiang Xiao successfully completed the modification of the shadow of Calamity Ruins. When Xia Yan stepped into the shadow of Calamity Ruins for the first time, the air that was as thick as water almost suffocated her to death. Unlike air, star power could not circulate quickly. The thick and sticky star power would float in a fixed location like a colorless and vaguely shaped cloud. In the end, with the help of Xia Yan's frost wind star technique, the thick star power was blown all over the shadow of Calamity Ruins. How big was the shadow of Calamity Ruins? It was half the size of a football field. How much effort did Jiang Xiao put in to modify the place to such an extent? To Jiang Xiao, it was all worth it. Even if he didn't cultivate, he would still gain a lot from soaking in such an environment for a month or two. If he had to calculate it, Jiang Zhao's graduation of 3 star techniques in 1 star was also a major event. Ever since the secondary image was upgraded to the highest star quality, Xia Yan's days of hardship began. Han Jiangxue was in a better state. After all, she and Jiang Xiao were not in the same group, but Xia Yin suffered greatly. The secondary image of the highest quality could allow Jiang Xiao to transform into a humanoid creature that was within a range of plus or minus 10 centimeters. In the end, Jiang Xiao still couldn't transform into a mosquito or a butterfly. In terms of form, he couldn't be different from himself. However, Jiang Xiao could completely transform into another person. Imitation and change were 2 completely different things. What's the highest evaluation of your skill after you've put on a disguise? Resemblance. Words like resemblance and passing off the fake as the real were almost the highest evaluations for disguise. The secondary image star technique of the highest quality had already surpassed the realm of resemblance and reached the level of reality. It was no longer passing off the fake as the real one. It was the real one. When Xia Yin saw the other Xia Yin wielding a giant sword and killing the enemies wantonly, Xia Yin fell into deep distress, almost to the point of self-denial. I'm the fake one, right? Why is she as hot-tempered, violent, and menacing as I am? From head to toe, from habits to small actions, from eyelashes to fingernails, the most terrifying thing was that Jiang Zhao's voice was exactly the same as Xia Yan's. The words he said, his tone, and his posture really made Xia Yin break down. Xia Yin felt aggrieved and realized that Jiang Yin was more eloquent than her. She would laugh and scold angrily with a unique sense of heroism and arrogance. She was simply a perfect star warrior. Xia Yin had a secret in her heart, and that was that her idol had become herself. To be exact, it had become Jiang Yin. Xia Yin was completely educated by Jiang Xiao. The two of them were exactly the same, but in terms of software, Jiang Yin was the best version of Xia Yin. Jiang Yin's every move, every frown, every smile, every movement, every expression. Even when Jiang Yin did nothing and simply stood there, the powerful aura she exuded made Xia Yin feel as if she was in her best form. Feeling aggrieved, envious, admiring, and infuriated, Xia Yin started crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang herself. Since then, Jiang Yin never appeared again, and Jiang Shao didn't dare to fool around anymore. Unfortunately, even though his height could be changed by plus or minus 10 centimeters and his body shape could be changed greatly, Jiang Shao still couldn't transform into a perfect second last. Jiang Shao hadn't grown taller for a long time and was infuriated second last, who had become 192 centimeters, seemed mighty and heroic to outsiders. But compared to the original, she was undoubtedly a weakling. Although Jiang Shao promised not to agitate Xia Yin or transform into Jiang Yin again, his voice still made Xia Yin speechless. As the battle went on, Xia Shanhai's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Who could stand this? It was the first time Xia Yin heard her father say, "Very good, you're indeed my daughter." Xia Yin, who was stepping on Lily of the Bell's corpse and about to lean over to pick up the star bead, was so frightened that she almost fell into Lily of the Bell's arms on December 18th. The 7th team of Wasteland Reclaimers successfully completed their mission and returned to the base camp. If nothing went wrong, it would be the way home. In the military camp, Jiang Shao and the others saw some special faces, which made him confirm that they were finally going home. The special faces were all children holding flowers in their hands. There was no podium, and there was no ceremony. Jiang Zhao's team of 4 simply teleported back and walked into the central military tent. As expected, Chun Shidao's order to return was issued at the same time, and Jiang Shao and the others were the first to return. As soon as they entered the military tent, they heard a few words that they could not understand. Afterwards, a few children scurried over with flowers in their hands, giving Jiang Shao a great shock as he thought that they were earth hibiscus in disguise. How could there be children in the military camp? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be helped. They had been on missions here for too long, and everything they saw made them suspicious. Gu Shi and reflexively turned his eyes into 2 pupils, and without saying a word, he destroyed the illusions. In the end, he naturally did not manage to dispel the illusion because they were all human children. They timidly raised their hands, holding the flowers in their hands, and handed them over. Han Jiangxue didn't move and simply looked at Chen Qidao. Jiang Shao squatted down and grabbed the flowers with a chuckle before gently rubbing the child's head. Gu Shi and Xia Yin grabbed the flowers one after another, while the little boy standing in front of Han Jiangxue pursed his lips and was about to cry. He raised his head stubbornly and handed the flowers to Jiang Shao. "Take it," Jiang Shao said while tugging at Han Jiangxue's trousers. Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment before leaning over to take the flowers. Chen Qidao walked into the tent and saw this scene. He said with a smile, "They wanted to invite us to hold some celebratory banquets, but the team still have missions to complete, so I rejected them. You guys have done a good job. The communication between the 2 parties will be up to the higher-ups. We won't get involved." "Yes, yes." Chen Qidao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's rest for a while. We'll board the plane at 3 p.m. sharp." The 4 of them found a corner and sat down. As the teams of Wasteland Reclaimers returned, Jiang Shao saw the children repeatedly sending flowers to express their gratitude. He also saw the reactions of the Wasteland Reclaimers. It was rare for such a heartwarming scene to happen in the solemn military camp. Children were always innocent, pure, and adorable. They would always be able to open people's hearts. Qian Baiwan, the captain of Wasteland Reclaimers Team 2, had the biggest reaction. He could tell that he was a carefree person and was probably a problematic youth, like Jiang Shao. Not only did Qian Baiwan take the bouquet of flowers, he even picked up the child and threw him into the sky. Wow! Although Chun Qidao wanted to reprimand Qian Baiwan, he stopped himself when he heard the child's cheerful laughter. Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and asked softly, "You don't like children?" Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao and said, "You're enough of a headache." "Ha!" Xia Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Han Jiangxue glared at Xia Yin angrily and explained to Jiang Shao, "We've been fighting here for almost 2 months. I've been too defensive." Hearing this, Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "That's good. That's good." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Apex. Chapter 681. I'm going to add more chapters for the Alliance leader. In the evening, the military plane slowly landed in a military camp in the eastern suburbs of Beijing. Under the fine snow, the team of 4 walked out of the rear hatch of the transport plane and saw a familiar figure at first glance. It was Qin Wanchuan, the national flag-protecting team. Although Qin Wanchuan was Jiang Zhao's instructor and superior, his first impression of him was terrifying. Every time Jiang Zhao saw Qin Wanchuan, he would have the urge to persuade him to join the flag-protecting team. Seeing that the few of them had walked out, Qin Wanchuan's solemn expression immediately eased up. With a look of admiration and congratulations, he strode forward and hugged Jiang Zhao, who was the leader, before patting Jiang Zhao's back. At the side, Chun Qidao subconsciously saluted and froze in the snow. Qin Wanchuan immediately realized his mistake and hurriedly took a step back to salute. Everyone in the team looked at each other and smiled at the interaction between Qin Wanchuan and Chun Qidao. The scene was rather awkward. After sending the Wasteland Reclaimers away, Chun Qidao heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Wasteland Reclaimers did not make any more mistakes in the next 40 days, Chun Qidao still felt inexplicably worried about Jiang Zhao. It wasn't that Chun Qidao doubted Jiang Zhao's ability. On the contrary, Jiang Zhao and his team were the most outstanding and accomplished team among all the Wasteland Reclaimers. However, Chun Qidao had a feeling that Jiang Zhao would get into trouble the next second. Now that the toxic healer had finally left the team to harm Qin Wanchuan, Chun Qidao felt much less pressured and stopped the other teams from leaving. Under Qin Wanchuan's lead, the team of 4 boarded a jeep in the snow. Of course, Gu Shiren sat in the front passenger seat while Han Jiangxue sat in the middle, while Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin sat on both sides. Along the way, Qin Wanchuan was full of praises. 54 days. 303 immortal flower spaces were destroyed. 4,399 meters were cleared. Not only did you do your job, but you even snatched the jobs of the Wasteland Reclaimers from the left and right sides. You guys are really impressive. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Is this the highest realm of speaking? Jiang Zhao didn't even know if Qin Wanchuan was praising him or mocking him. Jiang Zhao immediately said, "Let me tell you, that's because the immortal flower space is afraid. If they still dare to come, my stats will double." Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand. For a total of 52 days, everyone in the team had been tense all the time. Even though they would theoretically have sufficient time to rest due to the regular combat schedule, that was only the ideal situation. How could there be so many ideal situations on the battlefield? Even when the 4-man team returned to their tents to rest, they were still on tenterhooks. After all, the dimensional space had opened several times around the military camp, and a few had even opened directly above the military camp. They were all so tired, but this stinky little brother was still bragging. Had he forgotten that everyone looked like the earth hibiscus? Have you forgotten the time when you couldn't sleep for half the night? If the immortal flower space didn't reduce the number and frequency of its openings, the team of 4 would really go crazy if they stayed there for a while. "It's snowing at home," Xia Yin murmured softly while looking at the snow outside the window. Xia Yin was a native of Beijing, but now that she was in the capital, she could say the word home without any awkwardness. For the warriors who had just returned from the battlefield abroad, this was indeed their home. Qin Wanchuan, who was driving, answered, "You guys came the right time. The weather is abnormal. This is also the first snow in the capital." Xia Yin's vision was filled with snowflakes, and she subconsciously wrapped her windbreaker around herself, feeling a little homesick. This time, it was her home in Jiangbin City. Qin Wanchuan said to the people in the car, "After you come back, take a good rest. You guys don't have to participate in any missions. I won't arrange any practical missions for you either. Study hard. The 7th of next month is the exam week." In the passenger seat, Gu Shi and turned to look at Qin Wanchuan with a dumbfounded expression. Xia Yin suddenly stopped homesickness and stared at Qin Wanchuan in a daze. Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand and buried her face deeper into the seat. Jiang Zhao's voice could also be heard. Qin Wangchuan looked at the rearview mirror, only to see Han Jiangxue in the middle of the back seat. He asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" Jiang Shao asked calmly, "Are you still a human?" In the team, Jiang Shao was probably the only one who dared to speak to Qin Wangchuan like that, be it the way he addressed him or the tone of his voice. If it were in the past, Han Jiangxue might have reprimanded Jiang Shao. But at this moment, the other three members of the team remained silent, because Jiang Shao had spoken their minds. Qin Wangchuan looked embarrassed and said, "The 7th is only the revision week. You guys will officially take the exam on the 14th. Qin Wangchuan's voice became softer and softer, clearly not very confident. Immediately afterwards, Qin Wangchuan realized that something was amiss. How could the dignified chief instructor be so weak? He slammed his palm on the steering wheel and yelled, "All of you, study hard for the exam. All of you must pass. This is an order." Qin Wangchuan raised his eyebrows and yelled, "You shut up too." Xia Yan's voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. "Are you going to get rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness?" Qin Wangchuan froze for a moment and thought, "Forget about Jiang Shao. How dare you speak to me like that?" Xia Yan, who was sitting in the back seat, was also dumbfounded. She didn't say that. Although it was her voice, she really didn't say it. Xia Yan immediately turned around and glared at Jiang Shao fiercely. She then leaned past Han Jiangxue and reached out to touch Jiang Zhao's head. She muttered, "Ah, you." Han Jiangxue was obviously dissatisfied with Jiang Zhao's behavior. She grabbed Jiang Zhao's head and pressed it against her thigh, creating an environment for Xia Yan to attack. Lap pillow plus massage. Jiang Zhao's heart was in turmoil, and he even felt rather elated. The Jeep was driving on the dim suburban road, and in the snowstorm, the vehicle seemed to be swaying left and right. After returning to the capital, everyone returned to their normal study time. Although the revision was painful, they were honestly more willing to return to the battlefield in Jindalai than to return there. The reason was simple. They could finally have a good night's sleep. Jiang Shao still couldn't figure out how Han Jiangxue managed to switch between a life on the battlefield and a life of study. While Jiang Shao, Gu Shirin, and the rest couldn't even be bothered to go to the self-study room, Han Jiangxue had already immersed herself in the library and self-studied the lessons for the past 2 months. She also completed the test papers one after another. Just like all the previous examinations, the teaching system of the Capital Star Warrior University was very strict. Skipping one class would result in failure. However, in order to match the identity of Xingwu University's students, the final exam questions were the same as the previous year's final exam papers. They were all the original questions, and not a single punctuation mark was changed. This was also the difference between Xingwu University and normal universities. The school tried their best to use various means to keep the students in class. Learning was their own business, but if they really couldn't get into it, they would be able to pass the exam as long as they did well in the past. Jiang Shao and Gu Shirin were obviously bad students who only did the questions in the question bank. It didn't matter if they understood the questions as long as they remembered the answers. In fact, Jiang Zhao's mission was not just to complete the mission. Although the days in Jindalai were tough, the regular schedule gave him freedom to use his time. Ever since he found out the identity of the Shadow Youth, in the 2 months he was in Jindalai, he would always go to find the youth after he got off work in the afternoon and bring him some delicious food. At the same time, he would also learn the peninsula's small language. However, compared to English and Russian, Jiang Zhao's Korean was very poor. The effects of the crash course that lasted more than a month were not good. Due to the fact that the young man in the dark's hometown was from the north of the peninsula, Jiang Shao spoke with a strong Jindalai accent. It was deep and stiff, which was completely different from the soft language that Jiang Shao had imagined. It was undeniable that Jiang Shao didn't feel any pressure in terms of pronunciation. It was much more comfortable than when he was forced to practice the Russian tongue flicking by second last in the snowfield. Unfortunately, the small language could not add points to the final exam. Without the help of the big wall bait, Jiang Shao felt flustered after walking out of the examination room. Just like that, half a semester passed. Jiang Shao thought about it, and realized that he had only attended a few classes and spent most of his time outside. However, even so, Jiang Shao still gave himself a high score of 85 points for the semester. As the supervisor, he helped second last recommend and assess the members of the team and set up a sharp knife squad. He obtained a platinum-quality little bamboo bear, which he fused with the black and white candle flames and turned into a black and white candle bear. At this moment, the two of them were still playing and sleeping in the Scourge ruins, which was filled with star power. He was still exploring the map of the upper dimension, preparing gifts for Yuan Yuan, and visiting Zhang Songfu's parents. He accepted the orders of the Wasteland Reclaimers and gave Qin Wangchuan a helping hand in the development of his career. He successfully completed the mission and returned to Pure Land to the people of the peninsula, which was extremely meaningful. Jiang Shao had also gotten what he wanted. He had graduated 3 star techniques in 1 star and obtained a large number of Earth Hibiscus and Lily of the Bell Star beads. He even accidentally developed a cultivation space. If he didn't fail his exams and successfully entered the second semester of Year 2, Jiang Shao felt that he would be able to score 90 points for the semester. Although he didn't know if he had failed his subjects or not, Jiang Shao managed to raise his half-semester score to 90 points on January 15th, the first day of the winter break. Why? It was because Qin Wangchuan had brought 4 medals with him happily. The awarding ceremony was held in the Wasteland Reclaimer Army. Jiang Shao didn't expect the team of 4 to become a role model set by Qin Wangchuan. Be it the Wasteland Reclaimers who had graduated from the first batch or the new apprentices from the second batch, they were all led into the small auditorium of the school. Under the guidance of the instructors, the team of 4 walked up to the podium in the auditorium. Jiang Shao and Gu Shi's medals were hung by Qin Wangchuan. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's medals were hung by instructor Song Chuanxi, who had already become an official member. The moment the medal was hung on Jiang Zhao's chest, a message appeared in his internal star map. Obtained Wasteland Reclaimer Star Spark Medal, rewarded with 300 skill points. So, the lowest grade of the Wasteland Reclaimer Medal is only worth 300 skill points? The Crescent Moon Medal of the second Gear Vigil is worth 3,000 skill points. How much is the reward for that grade of merit? If it's 10 times, it won't be 30,000, right? Oh my gosh, seems like I'll have to rely on the medal system to raise star pets in the future. The Starfire Medal was a bronze medal that was extremely exquisite and engraved with sparks. The medals of the Guardians of the Night were New Moon Medal, Crescent Moon Medal, and Full Moon Medal. The medals of the Wasteland Reclaimers were Starfire Medal, Fireworks Medal, and Wildfire Medal. Qin Wangchuan had also understood the meaning of the medal. The sparks symbolized the Wasteland Reclaimers and hope. Unlike the medals that Jiang Shao had obtained previously, the Crescent Moon Medal looked more exquisite than the medal pattern in the internal star map. The Starfire Medal in the internal star map was far more dreamy than the one Jiang Shao was wearing. In the internal star map, the Crescent Moon Medal was like a bright moon that hung in the upper right corner of the internal star map. When Jiang Shao opened his internal star map, he saw that the sparks in the upper right corner were flying around and gathering together. In the end, as the flames spread, a bronze Starfire Medal appeared on the right side of the Crescent Moon Medal and hung side by side with it, almost drowning the noble and mysterious silver moon, to Jiang Zhao's astonishment. The Vigil of the Night medal glowed brightly, and a silver ray of light flashed, forcefully suppressing the exploding and dancing sparks. What's going on? Will the medals of different military branches fight too? In that case, your Starfire Medal is only the lowest grade of the Wasteland Reclaimers, right? The Crescent Moon Medal is the second grade of the Guardians of the Night. Why are you so stubborn? If it's hanging side by side with the Crescent Moon Medal, won't you be bullied every day? Chapter 682. At the end of the semester, everyone went back to their respective homes. Perhaps Qin Wangchuan felt guilty towards the team, or perhaps he wanted to reward them. In short, he did not keep the 3 of them in the Wasteland Reclaimers. Instead, he gave them a normal winter break and allowed them to go home for the new year. On the night of the award ceremony, the four of them, Song Chuan-shi, and Senior Hee-soo, gathered at the Hot Pot restaurant to celebrate together. The three of them booked plane tickets for the next morning and stayed at the Maple Forest Estate in the middle of the mountain. Jiang Xiao took advantage of the alcohol to sit at the table and take out the award certificate and the Wasteland Reclaimer Spark Medal. He then took a photo and sent it to Second Last. He added a message. "Look at this." Sinister smiley emoji. However, when Second Last was on a mission, she brought along a small military-grade satellite phone, which was different from her private phone number. Jiang Xiao didn't know if she brought her own mobile phone with her and if she could receive it. However, Jiang Xiao did not close the door. Han Jiangxue, who was passing by, saw everything and strode in. When Jiang Xiao heard the sound, he turned around and wondered what Han Jiangxue was going to do. However, Han Jiangxue walked toward the table and suddenly extended her hand to point at the words written on it. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Comrade Jiang Xiaopi, you're brave and tenacious in battle. You're resolute in carrying out orders, exemplary in abiding by battlefield discipline, and have outstanding results in completing combat missions. You've made great contributions. Remember the Spark Medal." In his line of sight, Han Jiangxue tapped on one of the sentences with her slender finger and swiped it left and right. Jiang Xiao looked at the words that she was gesturing at and read the sentence again. Exemplary in abiding by battlefield discipline. Han Jiangxue remained unmoved and tapped on the award certificate again before tapping on the text again. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and thought, "Am I really going to stab it in my heart?" Under Han Jiangxue's cold gaze, Jiang Xiao said after a while, "Your hand is really beautiful." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao looked up at Han Jiangxue and blinked. Han Jiangxue's breathing paused slightly, and her fair and tender face turned slightly red. She quickly retracted her hand and turned around to leave his bedroom. Jiang Xiao grinned and placed his feet on the table while muttering, "You want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. Who could be as thick-skinned as me? No. Who can react faster than me?" The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window and onto Jiang Xiao's face. Jiang Xiao murmured and slowly woke up. He rubbed his buzzing head and sat up, giving himself a blessing to alleviate the discomfort of being drunk. Jiang Xiao frowned, feeling like he had forgotten something important. He sat on the bed and spaced out for a long time. All of a sudden, his expression changed as he vaguely recalled that he seemed to have sent a WeChat message yesterday. Jiang Xiao frantically picked up his mobile phone and frantically tried to delete the message. However, he couldn't even delete messages from 2 minutes ago, let alone messages from last night. Fortunately, Second Last didn't reply to his letter, probably because she didn't bring her personal phone number with her. Drinking makes things worse. Isn't this a joke? If she were to see this message, Jiang Zhao's winter vacation would be over. He could celebrate the new year at home. "I can't fly to Central Asia again. Dong, dong, dong." There was a knock on the door, followed by Han Jiangxue's voice. "Get up and have breakfast since you're awake. We'll be leaving in a while." Oh, feeling guilty and uneasy, Jiang Xiao put down his mobile phone, put on his clothes, and scurried to the bathroom. Jiang Xiao had already thought about how he should spend the winter vacation. If Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan wanted to relax and have fun, Jiang Xiao would definitely not stop them. However, if the two of them wanted to cultivate the star power realm, Jiang Xiao planned to let them enter the Calamity Ruins to cultivate. Regardless of what the two of them thought, Jiang Xiao had already made up his mind to go in and improve himself during the 2-month winter break. The star power there was extremely rich and suffocating. It was definitely a paradise for star warriors. After breakfast, Jiang Xiao put on his cap and mask, while Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan put on their caps and scarves. The three of them then rushed to the Capital International Airport to return to their hometown. And in this short 2-hour flight, an incredible event happened. Jiang Xiao, who had just received a cup of coffee from the handsome flight attendant, remained motionless, as if he had been petrified. Han Jiangxue, who was sitting in the middle, and Xia Yan, who was seated at the side of the aisle, Both looked at Jiang Shao curiously while staring at the flight attendant in a daze. Fortunately, it wasn't a flight attendant. Otherwise, Xia Yin would have spat out something else. The flight attendant also knew that her opportunity had come. She immediately asked about Jiang Zhao's well-being and asked, "Have you changed your mind? What do you want to drink? Do you have time to give me an autograph?" Xia Yin was speechless. Oh no. She hit the nail on the head. "No, thank you," Han Jiangxue said politely. Han Jiangxue said politely while reaching out to hold Jiang Zhao's cup and placing it on the small table in front of her with his trembling hands. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and stared at Han Jiangxue with his mouth slightly agape. Not only were his hands trembling, but his body was also trembling. I'm looking for," Xia Yin was rather curious and wondered what had gotten into Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and took the hot coffee cup away before placing it on Xia Yan's table. She then turned around and gently held Jiang Zhao's palm. "What are you looking for?" The long battle career of Jin Dalai and the intense revision and examination week made Han Jiangxue forget something important. Jiang Shao had been working hard and fighting hard, even if the hope was slim and he was pursuing a seemingly fruitless outcome. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed and his eyes turned misty. Jiang Shao was not a particularly emotional person. He had experienced countless life and death battles and obtained countless honors. The last time he really burst into tears was on the podium of the World Cup. This time, tears welled up in his eyes because he had found his way home in the upper dimension. Home was not the passage connecting to the lower dimension or the holy ground. Home was the residence of Hu Wei and Songlan. It was the burnt forest, and it was the beacon tower with thick black smoke drifting from it from late September 2017 to January 20th, 2018. For more than 5 months, the pitch-black crow flew alone in the wind and snow. "It's lonely. I was always looking in the direction of the setting sun, looking for the end of the world." 5 months. How many days and nights had it been? No, there was no night. There was only the sun, which was invisible, and only the afterglow of the setting sun could be seen. In the unchanging scenery, there were snow forests, snow plains, snow forests, snow plains. No one could truly feel Jiang Zhao's loneliness and helplessness. If someone gave him a definite path, Jiang Shao would work hard and fight for it. He knew that he would reach the end one day. However, no one gave him an answer. The end of the sky was still the same. The end of the snow was still snow. Jiang Shao covered his face with his hands and rested his elbows on the small table. He did not cry tears of joy. At least, there were very few tears in his eyes, and they did not really flow down. However, the smile on his face was the purest. So, the end of loneliness and helplessness was hope. Han Jiangxue finally realized something. She leaned forward and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "Did you find someone again?" As soon as she said that, Han Jiangxue denied it. She wouldn't be so excited when she saw that Jiang Shao had found someone. However, Jiang Shao kept nodding and burying his face in his hands so that no one could see his expression. He said, "I found someone, an old friend." Han Jiangxue's pupils constricted slightly. Old friend? She knew that Jiang Shao was exploring the end of the world and moving towards the setting sun. If it was an old friend, then an old friend did not only represent a person, but also a deeper meaning. It meant that the snowfield of the upper dimension might really be pieced together from the same scenes. When Jiang Shao was drawing the map, he had long discovered that there were overlaps in the terrain. That also meant that the world was not infinite and lured Jiang Shao into the snowfield again. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to find the people who survived in the snowfield again. Books, toys, daily necessities, and other resources could all be sent to those people. Han Jiangxue gently rubbed Jiang Zhao's back and quietly comforted him. Crying did not just mean that he was weak. Compared to his mischievous appearance, she preferred the innocence hidden in the depths of his heart. In the upper dimension, Jiang Shao flew past the beacon tower that was emitting thick smoke and continued to move forward. He passed through a snowy forest that was covered by the wind and snow, revealing the burnt trunks, and flew into the canyon. Jiang Shao had never thought that a short distance of 5 kilometers would be so long. The wind and snow rose again, but Jiang Shao had long gotten used to it. However, what Jiang Shao wasn't used to was the darkness he saw. In the snowfield that was always at dusk, he actually saw darkness. Jiang Shao realized that he might have entered a realm of star techniques or some kind of domain. At the entrance of the cave under the canyon, Zhang Songfu, who was wearing a helmet, hugged the childish Yuan Yuan and said softly, "This is the night." Yuan Yuan blinked her large eyes and looked at the night sky curiously. "It's night at home too. It's so dark." "No." Zhang Songfu pointed at the sky and said, "The night is when the sky darkens. There will be stars and a moon in the night sky." Through the layers of snow, Yuan Yuan looked up at the darkness and said, "I can't see them. Where are the stars and the moon?" Zhang Songfu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He could only let the people there be in the night sky and greatly reduce the enemy's vision. He couldn't create stars and the moon. "Liar, liar, you liar." Yuan Yuan's face immediately sank, and she was filled with curiosity and joy. After getting such an outcome, the young child expressed her emotions in the most straightforward way. Puff, puff, puff. In the night sky, a black crow with a strange red glow in its eyes approached from afar. They could only hear its voice, but not see it. The strange red eye slowly drifted over in the dim night sky. Zhang Songfu's body trembled slightly, and the lonely red eye disappeared. In the darkness, the sound of someone stepping on the snow could be heard. "Liar, you liar, there's no moon." Yuan Yuan pouted, her eyes full of grievance. However, Zhang Songfu yelled, "Hu Wei, San Lan." His voice echoed in the tunnel and spread far and wide. He was extremely shocked and subconsciously called out to the couple. He even forgot to remove the night sky. In the darkness, a figure walked into Zhang Songfu's field of vision. Accompanied by the wind and snow, he was dressed in a black Guardian of the Night uniform and wore a unique circle mask on his face. "Wow, Uncle Circle Circle." Yuan Yuan's eyes were still red, but her little face, which was red from the cold, burst into a happy smile. Yuan Yuan jumped out of Zhang Songfu's arms and scurried towards Jiang Shao before hugging his calf. Jiang Shao squatted down and gently pressed his forehead against Yuan Yuan's forehead. He said softly, "Don't cry. One day, I will let you see the stars and the moon." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 683. Midnight, 12/17/20. Requesting monthly votes for support. Xia Yin felt that Jiang Shao was crazy. Most importantly, she liked to be crazy too. After the plane landed at Taiping Airport, he hurriedly boarded a taxi with the two of them and told the driver to head to the city first. He then used his mobile phone to search for the location of a large bookstore. It was obvious that Jiang Shao did not intend to go home, take a shower, change, or rest for a while. He simply wanted to go shopping. However, Jiang Zhao's destination made Xia Yin and Han Jiangshue's shopping standards rise to a higher level. Bookstore? That's a novel place. Han Jiangshue could also tell that Jiang Shao couldn't even wait to order online. Even if it only took a day for the goods to be delivered, he wouldn't be willing to wait. Han Jiangshue also whipped out her mobile phone and opened the search engine. Xia Yin asked curiously, "What are we going to the bookstore for?" Jiang Shao thought about it and answered, "To buy some children's books. I have a kid." "Huh? Kid?" Xia Yin was bewildered and wanted to ask more questions, but Han Jiangshue had already spoken up. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone and said softly, 300 poems of the Tang Dynasty, rules for disciples, ancient Chinese fables, and idiom stories." Jiang Shao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He was originally very anxious, but when he heard about the rules of a disciple, he was reminded of his time in the dark room of Star Warriors and the Mushroom Warden, Sheila. Xia Yin also started fiddling with her mobile phone and joined in the search. She said, "Andersen's Fairy Tales, Grimm's Fairy Tales, Arabian Nights, and The Little Prince." Jiang Shao nodded and said, Buy all of them, buy all of them. I'll buy all of them. The driver chimed in and said, my child is 6 years old, and he's reading water margin now. He's holding a plastic machete every day and jumping around happily. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Xia Yin burst into laughter and said, a 6-year-old can understand water margin? The driver glanced at Xia Yin in disdain through the rearview mirror and said, it's a graphic version. There aren't many words, it's all drawings. Jiang Xiao interrupted the topic and looked at the expert. What does your child like to play? The driver, didn't I tell you? He's carrying a plastic machete and jumping around every day. Jiang Xiao was speechless and asked, what else do you like to play? Driver, what else do you like to play? Turns out he likes to play with his phone and tinker with some kind of pesticide. We don't know either. Anyway, his mom and I don't give him a phone to play with anymore. Now he's holding a plastic machete every day. Jiang Xiao shouted, stop. I know. The car slowly stopped in front of a Xinhua bookstore in Dongqing district. The trio paid the fare and got off. The taxi slowly left. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said with uncertainty, why don't we go buy a plastic machete? Han Jiangxue was speechless. Half an hour later, the trio carried a pile of books and walked out of the bookstore. At the corner of the staircase, they threw all the books into Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher before walking on the street. Han Jiangxue said, let's buy some snacks for him too. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, I dare not. He can keep the books and read them over and over again. He can also buy toys, but snacks will be gone after he eats them. He'll always remember the taste of the snacks and can't get them even if he wants them. I think it's a kind of torture, Han Jiangxue said calmly. How do you think he'll react after reading these books and seeing colorful worlds? He'll still want them, but can't get them. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and didn't know how to answer. Xia Yin finally couldn't help but ask, which child are you guys buying these things for? From the orphanage? While checking his mobile phone, Jiang Xiao said, do you remember that I told you that I'm searching in the upper dimension? Xia Yin nodded. Jiang Xiao's words were simple and clear. I found a few missing soldiers and a child. I also found the way to their residence. Xia Yan's mouth was wide open, and she asked in bewilderment, isn't the landing point random when going from the holy ground to the upper dimension? Jiang Xiao said, I found the way. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. At the same time, in the upper dimension, 4 adults and a child were seated in the stone chamber. Song Lan was still staring at Jiang Xiao in disbelief while carrying Yuan Yuan in her arms. For someone who had no concept of time, 5 months and 10 months were the same. The only difference was that Jiang Xiao was back. Jiang Xiao spread out a large piece of white ghoul skin and spread it on the ground. He said, your guess is right. The snowfield here is pieced together from the same scene. Hu Wei's reaction was the same as Song Lan's. He didn't have the time to look at the map at all, and instead kept staring at Jiang Zhao's circle mask, seemingly still in shock. Zhang Songfu hurriedly stepped forward and looked at the map on the ground. Jiang Zhao's level of drawing was very low. He drew lines one by one with the topography marked in Chinese characters. Besides, the scale of the map was also different. Clearly, when Jiang Xiao was drawing the map just now, the lines became more detailed, but the lines became smoother and smoother. Jiang Xiao stood in the middle of the white ghoul skin, pointed to the area on the right, and said, that area is complete. Starting from the middle, there are 2 identical areas on the left. I drew small, but those 2 areas are the same size, and the topography is the same as the area on the right. Zhang Songfu frowned slightly and said, so, these 3 identical areas form the snowfield of the upper dimension. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, that's right. This should be the border. I think that when I flew in the area on the left and reached a certain position, I should have crossed the border and returned to the area on the right. Jiang Xiao pondered silently and said, wait for me. My drawing is too rough. Let me find the overlapping areas. Zhang Songfu rolled up the map and connected it from head to tail. Look for it this way. Jiang Xiao was the only one who could understand the topographic map. Otherwise, Zhang Songfu could help too. Jiang Shao held onto one side of the white ghoul skin, knelt on the ground, and slowly moved forward. Song Lan finally spoke. You never change your direction. You flew back again? Jiang Shao smiled, and the lines on the strange circle mask were slightly distorted. 5 months. Is that a long time? Let go, Yuan Yuan. Song Lan pushed Yuan Yuan's hand away from her hair and took a deep breath to calm herself down. Jiang Shao paused slightly and said, I can only fly fast and have a good field of vision without any star beast to disturb me. If it were you guys, you'd be able to find it too. I found it. Here. The front side was exposed, and the rolled-up white ghoul skin overlapped. On one side was the delicately outlined terrain, and on the other side was a vertical line. Zhang Songfu took the map and directly tore off a small part of the overlapping terrain at the back, leaving only the overlapping borders. Zhang Songfu touched his chin and said, We can't be sure where you were actually sent back. Did you feel anything when you were teleported? Jiang Shao felt helpless and shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I didn't feel anything. What a joke. For 5 whole months, all he could see was a sea of white forest and snowfield. If not for the fact that the terrain would change and Jiang Shao needed to stop to draw a map, he might have really been lost. Hu Wei asked with a trembling voice, Did you find the exit? Suddenly, the room fell into silence. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, I'm very sorry. Hu Wei sighed softly. His rationality told him not to sigh, but his emotions made him react that way. Even if the hope was slim, it still hurt when it was extinguished. So, what was the point of the overlapping terrain? What was the point of finding the border of the teleportation? He would still be imprisoned in this vast snowfield for the rest of his life. Hu Wei and Song Lan couple's hearts were strong enough that they didn't say anything. They knew that they had no right to blame anyone, but as people with emotions, they could not suppress their disappointment. Jiang Shao said, This place isn't infinite. The overlapping terrain means that I can find you. Song Lan carried the child and a stone bowl in her hand. She came to Jiang Shao and handed it to him. She said gently, You found us. You've worked hard. Drink some water and rest. This time, Jiang Shao opened his mouth. To be more precise, he opened the mask and emptied the melted snow water. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Jiang Shao returned the stone bowl to Song Lan and said, What I mean is, I can find you if I enter this place again. Song Lan took the stone bowl and stared at Jiang Shao with widened eyes. Her dry lips trembled slightly. Jiang Shao waved his hand casually and said, You all have your own speculations and theories. There's no need to say anything else. I only have one question for you. Hu Wei stood up hurriedly and asked, What is it? Jiang Shao said, What do you want? Thud! Thud! Song Lan's hand loosened and the stone bowl fell to the ground. It rolled on the ground and made a few dull thuds. There's no rush. I'll stay here for a day. Jiang Shao put his arm around Zhang Songfu's shoulder and walked out. The intelligent Zhang Songfu had already realized what was going to happen. Zhang Songfu had never realized that the winding path from the stone room to the entrance of the cave was actually so long. Each footstep seemed to step into Zhang Songfu's heart. What was meant to come would come. Zhang Songfu, who had stayed here for several years, thought that he had become indifferent to the affairs of the world. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be judged. Zhang Songfu stood at the entrance of the cave. His tiger-like eyes were filled with desire and unease as he stared at the circle mask. However, ever since Jiang Shao said the first sentence, hot tears gushed out of Zhang Songfu's eyes. He cried like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. Annie is very well. She's already retired. She likes square dancing, joining newbie groups, and visiting farmhouses. Uncle is also very healthy and strong. He drank 3 jars of white wine with me. I cheated and drank 1 less cup. Peak. Chapter 684. I'll add more chapters for Alliance Master Shi. There are too many of these things. Can you carry them all? In Dongsheng District, Xia Yin looked at the pile of toys and books in the living room and couldn't help but be astonished. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "The Shadow Crow Star Bead's illusionary crow star technique has a special effect. When you transform into a crow, the items on your body will also transform." Xia Yin asked in disbelief, "So many things? Can you transform into a crow with me?" Jiang Shao also knew that he was bragging a little. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Indeed, I can't carry too many. I can transform anything that's close to my body. I can pack these things. The illusionary crow star technique can change its size. If I output more star power, I can transform into a huge crow. I initially planned to fly with a bamboo bear on my back, but it seems that I have to carry a lot more things." Han Jiangxue said, "Reduce it. Safety is the most important. You can't transform into living creatures. If you drag the bamboo bear that weighs hundreds of kilograms, it'll be troublesome if you fall and get attacked by the white ghouls." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Okay, I definitely can't reduce the watch. They need it the most." Han Jiangxu said sternly, "You can bring the watch, no problem, but you have to prioritize. The most important thing is to provide them with star beads." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, those star warriors have all advanced to the next realm, and all of them have empty star slots." Han Jiangxu nodded and suggested, "This Shadow Crow star bead is very good, and you have plenty of it. It can give those star warriors the ability to fly." Without waiting for the others to speak, Han Jiangxue continued, "You don't have to explore the map yourself. Since you can fly back in one direction, you don't have to worry about them getting lost. You can't take all the responsibility on yourself. You need help, and their help." Hearing this, Jiang Shao agreed with Han Jiangxue's suggestion. With a pitiful expression, Xia Yin said, "The overlords of Star Ocean have all empty star slots. Xiaopi, what star beads are useful to them? Tell me now. I'll contact the trading firm and buy them for them." Jiang Shao smiled helplessly and said, "They're all kings of the upper snowfield. From a combat perspective, they don't need any star beads. However, little Jiang Shue is right. Flying-type star techniques are not bad. From this perspective," Xia Yan's eyes lit up and she said, "Do you need a swimming star technique? The kind that can breathe freely underwater?" This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to look at Xia Yan with concern. He said, "There's no sea in the snowfield." Xia Yan was immediately displeased. "Melt snow, build a swimming pool, and let the children play in it." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and said, "That's a good suggestion. Anyway, they have nothing better to do. However, it's not to the extent where they can absorb such star techniques. They do have a bunch of empty star slots, but they're still extremely precious. Star techniques like underwater breathing are not very practical for their living environment." Han Jiangxue said, "Fire, lighting, and medical." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "The three of them are warriors, so medical star beads are useless. They all have fire star techniques that can be used to warm themselves up. Besides, it's always dusk there, so there's no need for lighting." Han Jiangxue felt that it was a pity and said, "If there are rules awakened, you can give them some star bead for pyrotechnic and puppets." Jiang Shao said, "That works. The medical awakened are the special ones. Other professions can't get their hands on medical star techniques. However, warriors can get their hands on rule star techniques, but the price is higher and they consume too many star beads. Besides, the effects are also greatly reduced." Xia Yin immediately said happily, "When I was in year 1, I went to the Fire Source mountain range with the Wasteland Reclaimers many times. I have plenty of star beads for pyrotechnic and puppets. I'll go home and look for them later. I'll give them to you." In fact, Han Jiangxue also had a stock of pyrotechnic and puppets. When Jiang Shao and Gu Shern were running laps in the field and breaking through to the galaxy stage, and when Jiang Shao was wandering around with second last, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin, who were Wasteland Reclaimers in the galaxy stage, followed Song Chuanxi and the others on missions. "Pa!" Xia Yin snapped her fingers and exclaimed excitedly, "Pyrotechnician puppets that can be used for warmth, lighting, and are obedient. Pyrotechnician puppets are fun too. They're perfect. Hearing this, Jiang Shao grinned and thought about how little Pyro looked like. To be honest, he was really afraid that Yuan Yuan would be led astray by the mischievous kids. At night, Jiang Shao laid out his mattress on the floor of the training room, but he couldn't fall asleep. He kept feeling that there was something missing in the supplies that he brought along. Apart from children's books and toys, Jiang Shao brought along daily necessities such as clothes, shoes, hats, toiletries, and medicine. In fact, the so-called daily necessities might not be necessary for those who were trying to survive. They didn't have these, and yet they still managed to survive in the snowfield for several years. Fortunately, they were all-star warriors who were strong and healthy. Otherwise, they might have been killed by some diseases in the absence of medical awakened star warriors. As a child, Yuan Yuan was born in the upper dimension. Jiang Shao did not know how difficult his childhood was, but he managed to survive and was extremely healthy. He reckoned that it might have something to do with the environment of the upper dimension. Jiang Shao had reason to believe that Yuan Yuan would eventually become a star warrior and might even awaken in advance. After all, Yuan Yuan's parents were both star warriors, and the star power environment of the upper dimension was far stronger than that of Earth. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, medicine, watches, cotton shoes, cotton hats, clothes, star beads. Wait, star beads? At the same time, in the upper dimension of the snowfield, there was no so-called day and night. When people were tired, they would choose to sleep. In a separate stone room, Jiang Shao was lying on a thick bed made of white ghoul skin. He was in a daze and thinking hard about what items he should bring. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao heard light footsteps. Decoy Jiang Shao had the star technique perception, so he easily discovered the footsteps. He sat up and turned around to look at the door. He saw Tsang Lan slowly walking in with a complicated expression. Her long ponytail wrapped around her shoulders and hung vertically in front of her chest, all the way to her waist. Her hair was thick and black, and she left a deep impression in Jiang Zhao's heart the first time he saw her. On Earth, Jiang Shao rarely saw women with such long hair. Besides, according to Tsang Lan, her hair used to reach her knees, but was later cut off. Jiang Shao stood up, walked to the stone table, and sat on a wooden stump. Tsang Lan walked over with 2 stone bowls filled with warm water. She placed the bowls on the stone table and slowly sat down. The two of them fell silent and did not speak. Jiang Shao knew that it was just the calm before the storm. That was indeed the case. Tsang Lan's voice was trembling as he dropped a bombshell. Hu Wei and I don't want anything. We just want you to bring Yuan Yuan out of here. Jiang Shao looked at her long hair silently. Due to the fact that she was sitting down, her long hair had already reached the ground. Tsang Lan's eyes were red, and she looked at Jiang Shao, who was lowering his head in silence. She heaved a long sigh of relief and forced a smile. It's been hard on you, Jiang Shao said. As you guessed, I'm a summon creature. The way I go back is to summon my original body on Earth and replace me here. Tsang Lan placed her elbow on the stone table and held her forehead with one hand. This is already the best way. When my decoy star technique hasn't been upgraded, the only way for me to get out is to commit suicide. Do you know how many times I've died in order to find you guys? Of course, those are just Jiang Zhao's thoughts, and he did not say it out loud. Jiang Shao said, Song Fu asked me to visit his parents. If you have anyone you want to contact, you can tell me. Tsang Lan's smile was still forced. She shook her head without saying anything. Jiang Shao sighed helplessly and wisely did not continue to ask. After all, he had already said what he wanted to say. However, Tsang Lan definitely had her own story since she did not mention her parents. There was no need for Jiang Shao to find out. Jiang Shao said, I'll rush here with books, toys, and star beads. I'm going to bring some Shadow Crow star beads so that you guys can fly and explore the map like me. Do you guys have any star beads in particular? Tsang Lan remained silent and shook her head gently. It was as if she could only shake her head now. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the door again. Hu Wei was already standing at the entrance of the cave. Hu Wei walked in and pulled Tsang Lan into his arms. He patted her back gently and comforted her silently, while looking at Jiang Xiao with a tinge of gratitude in his eyes. It's good that you brought some books. It's good that you brought some books for the child. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was no longer looking at his comrades, but a mother and a father. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Wait for me." Under Hu Wei and Tsang Lan's watchful eyes, Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared without a trace. Tsang Lan knew that Jiang Xiao did not lie to her, nor did he need to. When she saw it, she gave up completely. At home in Jiangbin City, Jiang Zhao's body turned illusory, and a decoy Jiang Xiao, who was wearing a Guardians of the Night uniform and a circle mask, appeared in the house. Jiang Xiao strode out and knocked on Han Jiangshue's door gently. The one who opened the door was Xia Yan, who was still in a daze. "It's so late. What are you doing?" "Wow." Jiang Xiao smiled apologetically and said, "I can't wait until tomorrow. I'll absorb all my star techniques and set off immediately." Xia Yan looked at the circle mask suspiciously and said, "Xiaopi, are you trying to scare me to death?" "What's the matter?" Han Jiangshue's voice sounded from inside the house. Jiang Xiao said, "I need the Lily of the Bell Star Bead in your Sky Smasher." Lily of the Bell Star Bead, second star technique. Mist of the Bell. Mist of the Bell consumes a large amount of star power to summon and release a cloud of mist that can drag the target into an illusion and confuse them. This star technique requires a certain amount of preparation time, and the user can affect the illusion of the Mist of the Bell to a certain extent. Han Jiangshu once said, "When Yuan Yuan reads the books and stories and sees the colorful world in the books, she will be overwhelmed with desire." The Mist of the Bell could allow Jiang Xiao to bring Yuan Yuan to any place she wanted to go in Wonderland. Han Jiangshu walked over in her pajamas, and when she saw the strange mask, she asked, "Decoy?" Jiang Xiao nodded. Han Jiangshu asked, "You've summoned it back? What do you want the Lily of the Bell Star Bead for? Absorb it? Refill the star map?" Jiang Xiao nodded again. Han Jiangshu frowned slightly and said, "The enemy there is the white ghouls." The Lily of the Bell Star technique is not powerful. You have better star techniques to choose from. Jiang Xiao said softly. I promised him that I would take him to see the stars and the moon. Han Jiangshu froze for a moment and opened Sky Smasher a few seconds later. Peek. Chapter 685. Han Jiangshu rummaged through the Sky Smasher and pulled out a large bag of star beads, which were all obtained when they destroyed the flower dimensional space on the peninsula. The other star beads were stored in small square boxes, but the Earth Hibiscus star beads and the Lily of the Bell star beads were stored in bags. Han Jiangshu asked, "Do you still want to appear in public like this?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head out of habit and asked, "What's the matter? Isn't that good?" Han Jiangshu was non-committal, but she got to the point. "Is the star map also the Big Dipper star map?" Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh? Do you want me to?" Han Jiangshu said matter-of-factly, "The warrior star map is obviously more suitable for you to absorb the star technique of the Lily of the Bell. Besides, the star technique of the Shadow Crow series that you have to absorb is also compatible with the warrior star map. Converting it to a warrior-type star map will allow you to absorb star beads and use star techniques." Jiang Xiao had long told Han Jiangshu about the upgrade of the quality of Earthlight and the corresponding effects of the upgrade. Hence, she made such a remark. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and thought about it carefully. He then shook his head and said, "No, I have to have a medical star map. As a medical awakened, I can absorb the star beads of the combat and rules awakened. However, if I have a combat or rules awakened star map, I definitely won't be able to acquire medical star techniques." That was also the reason why medical star warriors were so precious. Other professions could forcibly overcome the limitations of the star map and absorb star techniques, but not medical star techniques. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were clear, and he said, "I need healing and recovery type star techniques. That's my foundation." Since Jiang Xiao was so certain, Han Jiangshu didn't say anything else and simply stuffed the bag of star beads into his arms. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao absorbed the star bead and said, "Since you mentioned the new star map, let's have a chat." I've always had an idea. Since she had already been woken up, Han Jiangxue simply turned on the lights, turned around, and took 2 steps before sitting on the bed. Xia Yin followed after him eagerly, but she crawled under the blanket and peeked her head out, staring at Jiang Shao with a look of vigilance. The more she looked at it, the more astonished Xia Yin was. Were they really rich and overbearing? Something wasn't right. I'm the rich second generation, okay? The gold quality star beads were crushed one by one in Jiang Zhao's hands, as if he were crushing jelly beans. While absorbing the lily of the valley star bead, Jiang Shao said, I told you I should be able to create a few star maps, but not many. Every opportunity is precious. Okay. Han Jiangxu nodded. Decoy Jiang Shao continued. I've also told you that the star map has been changed. Decoy will have a brand new profession and a brand new star map, but my star map will still be full. The star techniques that I've already absorbed cannot be eliminated. Yes. After getting an affirmative answer from Han Jiangxue, Jiang Shao got to the point. I've carefully thought about the star techniques I have now. I lack a type of star technique that can transform into weapons and explosive output. Han Jiangxue was secretly bewildered. She knew Jiang Shao too well and had a bold idea. You want to use star conversion to martial arts to make up for your lack of star techniques? Jiang Shao nodded with a bitter expression. To be exact, his circle mask was slightly distorted. He only managed to absorb the lily of the valley line out of the 36 lily of the valley star beads. Xia Yin sat up on the bed like a zombie and said, use different star maps to transform into martial arts, summon weapons, and explosive output. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, if I don't have enough star techniques, I'll use star techniques to make up for it. Xia Yin gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Shao with an interesting expression. After a long while, she finally asked, are you still human? Looking at Xia Yan's reaction, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. She wasn't a person who liked to laugh, but she was really happy for Jiang Shao. Xia Yin pursed her lips and leaned forward to hug Han Jiangxue's body from behind. She pressed her forehead against Han Jiangxue's back and looked like she was begging for comfort. A few seconds later, Xia Yin shifted her body forward while still hugging Han Jiangxue. She rested her chin on Han Jiangxue's shoulder. She didn't take advantage of the situation and simply remained in that position without saying a word. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, was overjoyed and his circle mask twisted again. Done. Lily of the Valley Fog. Good, that's enough. As for the Lily of the Valley weapon, I don't mind giving it up. Han Jiangxue raised her hand and pushed away Xia Yin, who was hugging her from behind. She then stood up and grabbed the bag that Jiang Shao handed her. She then waved Sky, smash her away. There's still some stock in Starfall series. Do you want it? There's a gold quality white ghoul witch star bead there, right? Han Jiangxue wasn't sure if Jiang Shao wanted Starfall or if he wanted to wait until he entered the upper snowfield to absorb the gold quality blessing. After all, both were medical auxiliary star techniques. Jiang Shao frantically said, of course. You know the side effects of the gold quality blessing. How would I dare to heal myself during a battle? Besides, blessing can't restore star power. I'm essentially a summoned creature, and I'm made of star power. Han Jiangxue took out the remaining Starfall series star beads and handed them to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grabbed the small square box and secretly marveled at Han Jiangxue's thoughtfulness. Han Jiangxue said, let's continue what we were talking about just now. Jiang Shao nodded and said, from the perspective of weapon summoning and star transformation, I think I can transform a giant blade into a star map. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, that's a good idea. During the World Cup, many of your swords were broken. Jiang Shao continued, I'm rather familiar with the giant blade technique. I came across a theory in the upper latitude. I don't necessarily need to be in the galaxy stage to transform star power into martial arts. Xia Yin blinked and asked, huh? Jiang Shao confirmed. I saw with my own eyes a warrior at the peak of the galaxy realm transform the stars into martial arts. He also told me personally that transforming the stars into martial arts requires the degree of your understanding of your own star map and the depth of your understanding of the star map. Ordinary star warriors will be enlightened after entering the galaxy stage. That's also the reason why most star warriors can only transform star power into martial arts after entering the galaxy stage. Xia Yin asked curiously. In other words, there's no limit to the star power realm for transforming star power into martial arts. Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "This theory hasn't been confirmed yet, but it's definitely possible to transform star power into martial arts in the galaxy stage. I saw it with my own eyes. If he can do it, there's no reason why I can't." Tsk tisk. Xia Yin clicked her tongue and sighed softly. Sensing Jiang Zhao's strong aura and determination, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but say, "I realize that you're much more handsome than before when you're wearing a mask." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. More than an hour later, the decoy Jiang Xiao finally filled up the 9 star maps. Unlike the previous time, Jiang Xiao did not intend to carry a bow and arrows this time. Of course, he did not have any ancient martial arts star beads. 1. Lily of the Valley line. 2. Lily of the Valley fog. 3. White star fall. 4. Blue star fall. 5. Sharpness. 6. Perception. 7. Shadow crow. 8. Green glow. 9. Endurance. Excellent. This time, Jiang Xiao did not absorb the star technique swiftness from the Ghost Tiger star bead. Instead, he learned the star technique that could make his hands and feet as sharp as steel. The most terrifying situation occurred. Jiang Xiao almost didn't have enough star slots to absorb the divine technique's green glow and endurance that he relied on for survival. Fortunately, the Shadow Crow star bead was powerful enough to create 2 empty slots. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao would have no choice but to absorb the illusionary crow and exploding crow for the sake of the flying effect of the Shadow Crow, even if he didn't need the gold-quality green glow and endurance. 9 star slots was really a small number. In order to let Yuan see the world, Jiang Xiao had indeed wasted 2 star slots. It doesn't matter. Everything can be adjusted. I'll just do what I think is meaningful. Jiang Xiao sorted out the star beads and returned them to Han Jiangxue. He then waved at the 2 of them and left the room. "Are you going now?" Han Jiangxue quickly followed him out, only to see Jiang Xiao packing his things in the living room and throwing the necessities he bought during the day into the Scourge ruins. Jiang Xiao picked up the last pillow and jumped straight into the space door. Jiang Xiao also closed the space door in time. There was plenty of star power inside, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Jiang Xiao said, "I'll teleport to the snowfield in a while. After sending the bait in, I have to stay in the snowfield for a while. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the local guardians of the night. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. You guys should relax, have some fun, and go shopping for the next 2 days." Han Jiangxue looked a little hesitant and said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. There's no point in you going there. It'll be a waste of time. Come, let me show you something." Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao yelled into the house, "Husky! Yin! Arian! Hurry up and come. I'll show you something huge." Xia Yin stormed out angrily with a knife in her hand. "Who are you calling Husky? Who are you calling Arian? You're Erpy. Is your sister Urkshu?" A giant blade star map suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. He frantically said, "Don't mind the details. Look, what do you think of this star map? It's the same style as your weapon, isn't it?" Xia Yin rubbed her eyes and walked towards Jiang Xiao. She placed her hands on her knees and bent her legs slightly to look at the giant blade 9 star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. "Oh my God, my. Wow." Xia Yin couldn't help but reach out and hold Jiang Zhao's arm while staring intently at the star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Due to the agitation, she exerted too much force with her slender fingers, causing Jiang Zhao's arm to be in pain. In the beautiful galaxy stage star map, a string of star power flowed like the magnificent Milky Way entwining the enchanting giant blade. Why was it called enchanting? It was because Jiang Xiao had actually changed the color of the star map. Xia Yan's eyes were filled with envy and desire, and in the end, they slowly turned into obsession. Most Star Warrior star maps were illusory and colorless, and a small number of people's star maps were slightly blue. There were also star maps of other colors, but they were rarer. Xia Yin had seen star maps that were slightly red, but she was probably the only one in the world that had a blood-red star map. It was a blood-red giant blade that was blood-red from the blade to the handle. Only the edge of the blade was shining with a sharp and cold light. Under the contrast of the blood-red giant blade star map, the magnificent Milky Way in the background also gradually changed color. The blue and white colors faded away, and it was dyed blood-red. The star power wrapped around the blood-red giant blade like silk, spreading a blood-red mist outwards. Exquisite, stunning, blood-red. Xia Yin, the hot-blooded and violent chick, felt her heart melting. How she wished that her star map was this giant blade. What would it look like if it were summoned? Xia Yin couldn't imagine that she would one day associate the words mighty and enchanting together. Xia Yin murmured softly, "What are you going to call it?" Jiang Shao raised a finger and said sternly, "Hua, Li, Hu, Ji, blade." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Midnight is over. Requesting for monthly votes? Omega. Chapter 686. That night, Jiang Shao entered the snowfield again with his guardian of the night officer ID. After a few flashes, he arrived at the holy ground camp guarded by the Guardians of the Night. For the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao was a frequent visitor. It didn't take long for them to arrange a tent for Jiang Shao. In the opinion of the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao would probably have to spend the entire winter vacation there. At most, he would go home during the Chinese New Year, after which he would rush back. Indeed, ever since Jiang Shao went to university, he seemed to have spent his winter vacation there. Jiang Shao did not say that he would leave immediately. He decided to stay there for 2 days first. The white ghouls were so cute that Jiang Shao missed the days when he played with them. Look at that black ghost face. Look at those sharp teeth. Look at that big bloody mouth. How cute is that? After entering the hill of the holy ground, Jiang Shao began to communicate with the white ghouls and white ghoul witches. At the same time, in the Scourge ruins, Jiang Shao the decoy looked at the 2 playful shaking bells and was at a loss for words. Shaking bells liked the rich star power environment very much, which could be seen from their playful behavior. Behind Xiao Yiling, the black and white candlelight bounced around, chasing after Xiao Yiling as they played around. Occasionally, shaking bells would float down and hit the soft and smooth bodies of the black and white candles with their knitted ball-like bodies. They were overestimating themselves, but they liked such actions very much. They would always be bounced back and somersaulted in the air several times. The 3 little guys defined the term playful very well. They all liked the star power environment very much, and each star pet had a different way of expressing their preferences. Unlike the few little guys who were floating around and jumping around in the northwest corner on the thick grass mat, 2 bamboo bears, one big and one small, were sleeping peacefully. The adult bamboo bear sprawled on its back while the infant bamboo bear lay on the ground. The 2 adorable and explosive ancient ferocious beasts were sleeping soundly. Jiang Shao the decoy dared not disturb them. They were really too adorable. The way they slept made him want to pinch the little bamboo bear's cheeks. The demon king finally took action. The bait, Jiang Shao, knelt beside the big bamboo bear and reached out to pinch its furry and fleshy face. Chirp, the bamboo bear rubbed its eyes with its paws. Its eyes were hazy, like a child who had just been woken up. It looked adorably at the masked man in front of it. Voila, the bamboo bear cried softly and took the bread and butter from the masked man's hand. In its world, there was no such thing as a weirdo. It didn't matter what kind of mask you wore, as long as you had food in your hands. You're awake. Jiang Shao the bait said with a smile as he sat beside the bamboo bear that was in its growth stage. Munch, munch. Bamboo bear ate the buttered bread and butter, completely ignoring Jiang Shao. It was one of the few creatures that Jiang Shao didn't find annoying. Jiang Shao nudged the bamboo bear with his shoulder and said, Shall I take you to a good place? That place is really cool and refreshing. The bamboo bear turned to look at Jiang Shao. Huh. Jiang Shao hugged the bamboo bear as if he was hugging a large ball of fur. TSK, TSK. It's a little heavy? Jiang Shao the bait said, don't worry. When we get there, you'll have meat to eat every day. You cannot eat meat, even if you want to. Well, that was indeed the case. In the upper snowfield, apart from eating meat, one could only eat snow. Fortunately, the bamboo bear was a bear and a carnivore. Jiang Shao the bait bounced chubby in his arms and said happily, let's go. Let's go out and play. The bamboo bear blinked its eyes and finished eating the bread and butter. It rubbed its eyes with its paws and curled its body into a ball, nestling in Jiang Shao the bait's arms. It seemed to be more concerned about eating and sleeping than its future in the holy ground. Hey! Jiang Shao the real body chuckled and waved the army away. The white ghouls were like wheat that was cut down. As the group of white ghouls at the front was slashed away by the giant blade, the white ghouls behind them were sent flying and fell to the ground. As the shadow ruins opened, the decoy Jiang Shao quickly jumped out, carrying all sorts of bags and carrying the heavy chubby thing. Jiang Shao held the giant blade in his hand, and the blade was covered in a green glow. As Jiang Shao the bait's feet landed on the giant blade, Jiang Shao the bait suddenly lifted it up, and Jiang Shao the bait was directly ejected. Whoosh! Jiang Shao the bait was directly shot into the holy ground. The next moment, the cold wind was piercing and the white snow was everywhere. In Jiang Zhao's arms, the bamboo bear curled up and buried its furry head in its soft stomach. Wake up! Xiong xiong. Jiang Shao the bait hugged the bamboo bear and shook it. Seeing it lazily open its eyes, Jiang Shao the bait said, in a while I will turn into a big crow and carry you to fly. Don't be afraid. Don't slap me. I can't withstand your strength. Huh, the bamboo bear yawned. Seeing that there was no food, it ignored Jiang Shao and continued to close its sleepy eyes. Jiang Shao the bait tried his best to activate his star power and turned into a huge crow that was at least 3 meters long. The small crow was still passable, but the huge crow was dark and swarthy, as if it had come out of a pile of coal. Together with the lone red eyeball, the scene was rather terrifying. Jiang Shao the bait carried the bamboo bear and picked up 2 large bags of supplies that he did not carry with him. He then raised his head and threw them onto his back before flapping his wings and flying. Flying, Caw the crow shrieked, which was translated into Mandarin. Damn it. The bamboo bear had a thick layer of fat and fur, so it was not afraid of the wind and snow at all. The giant crow gave it enough bed, so it lay on the giant crow's back, scratching its belly with its claws, smacking its lips, and fell asleep again. Jiang Shao played with the white ghouls there for 3 days and drank some white ghoul and white ghoul, which star beads. However, even if he did, they were still of silver quality. For the diamond quality green glow, endurance, blessing, and decoy, silver quality star beads were really not enough to quench their thirst. Sigh. If only I could get the gold quality white ghoul and white ghoul, which star beads from the upper dimension. On the 3rd day, Jiang Shao bade farewell to the guardians of the night and returned home. However, there was no one at home. Little Jiang Shue? Jiang Shao called out, but there was no response in the empty room. Arian, Jiang Shao called out again and searched around the house, but he didn't find anyone. He wondered where the 2 women had gone to have fun. Women. Jiang Shao walked in the bathroom and took a comfortable shower before changing into a set of clean white cotton pajamas. He held a towel in his hand and wiped his wet buzz cut before walking out. Falling in love with someone who doesn't come home, waiting for a door that doesn't open, Jiang Shao hummed a tune and walked to the living room. He looked up and opened the door to the shadow ruins. Fickle eyes, tightly shut lips. The song gradually faded away as Jiang Shao leaped into the shadow ruins. Jiang Shao walked to the southeast corner and tidied up the single bed and cabinet, secretly thinking to himself that he should tidy up the place while he was resting during the winter break. It would be good to put a double bed here. He should also buy a bookshelf to put some books and pretend to be a culture person. Although Jiang Shao didn't like to read, he hoped that Han Jiangxue could cultivate in an environment that was rich in star power during the winter break. Jiangxi would love to read, and it would be great for her to read occasionally when she wasn't absorbing star power. The wardrobe, the carpet, the big basket for snacks. Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and secretly thought about his renovation plan. With a coquettish sound, Jiang Shao suddenly felt his trousers being tugged. Jiang Shao looked down, only to see that the little bamboo bear had already hugged his calf and was sitting on the ground, looking up with its beady black eyes. After attracting Jiang Zhao's attention, the little bamboo bear buried its face in Jiang Zhao's calf and rubbed it left and right vigorously. "You're awake? That's new." Jiang Shao bent down and picked up the bamboo bear cub. Although it was a cub, in fact, the little bamboo bear had already grown up. A month ago, which was half a month before Jiang Shao returned from his mission in Jindalai, he had finished remodeling the Scourge ruins and threw the 2 star pets from the star map into this place. In this 1 month, the bamboo bear cub's body grew at an extremely fast speed. When Jiang Shao first got the bamboo bear cub in late October, it was only 50 centimeters tall. In the following 2 months, it didn't grow much. However, ever since Jiang Shao threw it into the shadow ruins a month ago, the bamboo bear cub had grown rapidly and was now 80 centimeters tall. Its body was also getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Shao once again confirmed that the star power environment would have a huge impact on star beasts and star warriors. These extremely lazy creatures would only eat and sleep every day without any training. Yet, they were able to grow to such an extent. The various attributes of their bodies had also skyrocketed, and the speed of their growth was terrifying. Hungry, Jiang Shao picked up Roundy. Its living corner was in the southeast corner, while the star pet paradise that Jiang Shao built was in the northwest corner. The diamond-grade shadow ruin was half the size of a football field. Hunger must have been the motivation for the shadow ruin to travel thousands of miles to this place. "Come." Jiang Shao carried Roundy to the plastic basket and rummaged through the snacks. He took out a few baguettes and placed them in Roundy's arms. He then picked up a few ham sausages and said, "Eat first. I'll restock tomorrow." This cute bear was more impatient than Xiao Xiao. Jiang Shao knew that it had the ability to tear the packaging because he had seen it with his own eyes. However, the bamboo bear seemed to be starving and stuffed the packaging into its mouth. Jiang Shao hurriedly put it on the bed and began to snatch the food from its mouth. "The packaging, give it to me." Stop biting. It's been so long, but I haven't given you a name yet." Jiang Shao finally snatched the torn packaging out of its mouth and patted its furry head dotingly. This fellow liked to eat while lying on its stomach. This posture was also very mysterious. "Ing." The bamboo bear tried its best to raise its head and look at Jiang Shao, its black eyes rolling. "Jiang Shao." "Ing." The bamboo bear blinked its eyes with half a piece of bread sticking out of its mouth. "Ing." "Jiang Shao." "Ing." The bamboo bear, bot gbag. Jiang Shao reached out and pinched his little tail that was curled up into a ball. "You Ing monster, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you with a punch just because you're my star pet? I'll call you Ing Ing from now on. Your nickname is Ing Ing." "Ing Ing Ing." "Ba gbag." Jiang Shao reached out and threw the pillow on the bed away. He pushed Ing Ing to the pillow and rubbed the fur on its back. Fickle eyes and tightly shut lips. "Why do you have to insist and ask so many questions?" Jiang Shao hummed a tune and lay on Ing Ying's back. He moved his head left and right, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. He had been playing with the white ghouls in the holy ground for 3 days and was indeed tired. In a dream, Ing became a big bear with white flames burning on its head and killing everything in its path. Ba gbag. Ing lay on the bed and obediently acted as Jiang Zhao's pillow. However, it fell asleep while eating. God knew how long it passed, huh? Ring, ring. The black and white candle and the rattling bell ran to the side of the single bed one after another. Looking at the man and bear who had fallen asleep, the 2 small bells on the top and bottom of the rattling bell made a faint sound, like a lullaby. They floated around the small bed and sang softly. Chapter 687. I'll add more chapters for Zishi. There will be more at 20 p.m. Jiang Shao woke up slowly and opened his eyes. Looking at the dim surroundings, he finally remembered where he was. Jiang Shao sat up, rubbed his head, and turned around, only to realize that the baby bear was sleeping even more soundly than him. Jiang Shao stood up and stretched, feeling refreshed and full of star power. Even though he did not absorb star power, his body still felt a little restless, as if he had endless energy. The rich star power environment was extremely helpful to the Star Warriors. Jiang Shao opened the space door and leaped out, only to hear some sounds coming from the kitchen. Jiang Shao walked over, only to see that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were both wearing disposable gloves and eating spicy duck neck. There was a glass of grape juice on the table in front of Han Jiangxue, while there were a few cans of beer in front of Xia Yin. "You guys are back." Jiang Shao pushed the door open and looked at the duck on the table. He then hurriedly pulled out a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick basket and sat down. "SS, don't snatch my enoki mushrooms." "SS," Xia Yin gasped. Jiang Shao glanced at Xia Yin and thought to himself, "Do you think I'm paying attention to you?" Han Jiangxue's face was also flushed from the spiciness, and there were a few droplets of sweat on the tip of her nose. She gasped and looked at Jiang Zhao's clean pajamas. "When did you come back?" Jiang Shao took a big bite of the enoki mushrooms and said while chewing, "Noon." Xia Yin frantically picked up her chopsticks and snatched the mushrooms from Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue got up and walked out of the kitchen while saying, "I bought you a piece of clothing." Jiang Shao and Xia Yin ate silently, and soon, Han Jiangxue walked in with a hoodie. Jiang Shao took a look at it and immediately fell in love with it. "She's so smart and pure. What's the style of this clothing?" "It's a typical gaudy one." The hoodie had a black base and was covered in graffiti. Moreover, it was not a proper design. It was full of paint spots of various colors, as if it was randomly thrown on by swindling calligraphy masters. "Is this an ordinary piece of clothing?" "It's a peerless treasure." Jiang Shao changed his clothes on the spot. Xia Yin raised her arm and covered her eyes. Are you trying to be a hooligan?" Jiang Shao looked at the drunk Xia Yin and humphed coldly. "Why? Did he have a change of heart? You don't like Brother Xiaopi's abs anymore?" Xia Yin pursed her lips and said, "Who cares?" Xia Yin then tugged at her cardigan and lifted it up slightly, revealing her lower abdomen. The movement lasted for less than a second before she put it down. She said in disdain, "It's as if everyone doesn't have it." However, Jiang Shao was amused and said, "Your abs are too shallow. They're not good enough." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows. "I'm a girl, okay? Besides, you call this shallow." This was called being just right. Our lines. Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yin helplessly, bent her finger, and tapped her forehead, gesturing for her to shut up. Xia Yin humphed aggrievedly and picked up a spicy duck neck. Jiang Shao put on his clothes and said, "By the way, I just took a nap in the ruins of Calamity, and it feels great. It's very beneficial for my cultivation. I plan to sleep there in the future. Do you guys want to go there to cultivate?" Han Jiangxue immediately said, "Yeah, I'll go too." Xia Yin said with a look of reluctance, "I can't breathe in that place. It's uncomfortable to stay there." Shue, you have no idea how much star power Xiaopi has channeled into it." Jiang Shao said, "It'll be fine once you get used to it. If you don't want to go, forget it. Anyway, I have an idea." Jiang Shao then looked at Han Jiangxue and said with a hint of curiosity, "I plan to go to the arsenal to farm some savage sorcerer star beads and upgrade nostalgia and dawn. I want to see what the effects of diamond quality nostalgia and dawn are." Jiang Zhao's bell imprint and dawn nostalgia were both of platinum quality. Hence, going to the volcano was the same as going to the arsenal. However, in comparison, Jiang Shao was more willing to go to the arsenal. After all, there was a gold-quality Ape Ghoul King there. He also wanted to farm some Ape Ghoul King star beads. Han Jiangxue immediately nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Jiang Zhao's decision. Perhaps, in her opinion, They had to seize all the time and improve their abilities at all times. Han Jiangxue said, "We'll set the time ourselves. We'll fight for 9 hours, cultivate star power for 9 hours, and sleep for 6 hours." 996. Jiang Shao could accept the training plan, but the numbers seemed to be rather sensitive. Would they be criticized? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "It's settled then. We'll experiment according to this plan for a month. It just so happens to be the Spring Festival, so we'll come back in advance for New Year's Eve. Besides, since we're going to cultivate star power for 9 hours and sleep for 6 hours, we don't have to put ourselves at a disadvantage. When we wake up tomorrow morning, we'll buy a bed and throw it into the ruins of calamity. At the same time, we can also replenish the star pets. Ying Bear is so hungry that it's already eating the packaging." Han Jiangxue asked, "Ying Bear?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I named it Little Bamboo Bear. What do you think?" Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and smiled nonchalantly. She patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Go to the living room and activate the ruins of calamity. I'll go in and take a look and plan the resting area." "Ugh," Xia Yin mumbled while her mouth was full of food. She then hurriedly stood up. When they arrived in the living room, Jiang Shao activated the ruins of calamity again, and the three of them entered. The door of the ruins of calamity was indeed rather large. If it was open at home, it could only be opened parallel to the ceiling, and they had to find a spacious living room. Otherwise, it would easily cut through the wall. Such spatial star techniques were the most precious and powerful ones. Han Jiangxue, who had Sky Smasher, could already kill the invaders of the snowfield if she used it skillfully. She could also turn the space door into a dimensional blade that could cut through everything. By the way, how's your star map? Have you studied it in the past few days? You're just a rookie in the early galaxy stage. Can you turn it into a star weapon? Xia Yin was obviously more concerned about Jiang Zhao's second star map. She couldn't help it, for the blood-red giant sword had already captured her heart. "Star map." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I've been busy playing with the white ghouls these few days. I didn't have time to deal with the Nova map." "Phew." Xia Yin panted heavily, seemingly not used to the rich star power environment. She said, "You've studied the giant sword technique so deeply and have such a deep understanding of it. You should meet the requirements, right? Why don't you give it a try?" "Ah." Jiang Shao watched as Han Jiangxue walked towards the resting corner in the southeast. He then walked forward to and switched to his second star map. The blood-red giant sword was lit up. There were 2 star slots inlaid on the long, blood-colored handle, and the remaining 7 star slots were neatly arranged on the blade. Layers of blood-colored mist surrounded the blade, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. Xia Yin cupped her face with both hands, her eyes filled with fascination. She was willing to exchange 2 two-handed star maps for the blood-red giant sword star map. Jiang Zhao's expression gradually stiffened, and he seemed to be secretly exerting force. However, the star map in front of his chest did not change. Xia Yin suddenly said, "By the way, have you seen my Weibo post?" Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. "What?" Xia Yin chuckled and said, "I drew this bloodshed star map and posted it online. I said that it's my new weapon, and I'm collecting names from the netizens." Jiang Shao scratched his head and asked, "Isn't a flashy sword good?" Xia Yin stared at the star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest and said, "Of course not. I want a cool name." All of a sudden, the blood-colored giant sword in front of Jiang Zhao's chest glowed brightly and vaguely illuminated the surroundings. However, it was not a real light, but a sanguine light. Jiang Shao suddenly felt that he was being a little reckless. He had created such a star map. Would there be bloodshed wherever he went with it? Xia Yin suddenly pouted and said, "Those idiotic netizens are all so unreliable. Some people say that it can be called unhappiness of flames." Jiang Shao was speechless. The more Xia Yin thought about it, the more infuriated she became. There's even someone named it on his blade. I'm so angry. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin seemed to have thought of something and said with a rather interesting expression, "There's another one that almost made me laugh out of anger. It's called the Thief of Blood." Ha! Damn it! Jiang Shao couldn't help but yell, attracting Han Jiangshue's attention. Jiang Shao was actually holding a long, blood-colored handle in one hand and pulling it out of his chest. However, a problem arose. Jiang Zhao's eyes were glistening, and he was rather excited, seemingly having found a way. He tried his best to pull the giant sword out of his chest, and the effect was rather good. He actually managed to grab the illusory handle of the blood-colored sword. He could actually pull it out. Before Jiang Shao could get excited, Xia Yin said, the thief of blood, when he had just pulled out the handle and a small part of the blade. Jiang Shao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, the process of turning star transformation into martial arts got stuck. At this moment, Jiang Shao looked like he was about to commit suicide. He was holding the handle of the sword in one hand and had no idea if he was going to pull it out or stab it in. The thick, blood-colored mist surrounded his body, and he seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. The scene was really cool and comical. The netizens are really silly. Jiang Shao shook his head and exerted force again before hollering, "Hey!" At the next moment, the blood-colored mist in front of Jiang Zhao's chest surged and even engulfed him. In the layers of blood-colored mist, a long, giant sword was revealed. As the giant sword was waved, the crimson mist immediately dissipated, leaving only a few crimson weapons that circled around Jiang Zhao's body and wrist. The scene was so strange, even somewhat poignant and beautiful. At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Star transformation into martial arts. Fancy blade. Jiang Shao opened his mouth wide in shock and thought to himself, is it really called the fancy blade? At the moment of being slightly stunned, the blood-colored giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand quickly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 688. Han Jiangxue scurried over and stared at Jiang Shao, who was surrounded by the crimson mist. She exclaimed in shock, "Star transformation into martial arts." Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded and speechless. Although the process of turning star transformation into martial arts was very short, it really happened. Jiang Shao was just a rookie in the early galaxy realm. Han Jiangxue frantically asked, "Xiaopi?" Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and nodded in a daze. A glint flashed past Han Jiangshue's beautiful eyes, and she asked, "How did you succeed?" "I tried it before, but—" While speaking, a star map of white flames appeared in front of Han Jiangshue's chest and burned faintly. Jiang Shao said, "Xia Yin diverted my train of thought just now. Subconsciously, I should have recalled the basic technique of the giant sword." I think so." Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin looked at each other and asked, "Basic technique?" Jiang Shao nodded with a sullen expression, clearly much more certain this time. "Yes, it's the basic technique. I just wanted to pull it out and put it together. I haven't thought about how to use it or how to fight with it." Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, "You just wanted to put it together and the basic technique of the giant sword appeared in your mind?" "Yes, that's right." Jiang Shao suddenly plopped onto the ground and leaned his body sideways. He rested his elbows on his knees and supported his chin with his palms, looking like he was deep in thought. "It's alive." Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Xia Yin asked curiously, "Is it intelligent?" Jiang Shao didn't know how to express himself and was even at a loss for words. Hence, he had no choice but to describe it indirectly. When I made it take shape, it was communicating with me unilaterally and searching for the technique in my mind. No, it's testing me. Yes, that's the right word. Testing. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the two of them. It's testing me to see if I'm qualified to make it appear. His perspective was rather novel, and Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned. Jiang Shao rubbed his buzz cut in distress and said, "Its blade is not made of star power, but it's also made of star power. It's pieced together by my skills and memory." Even the intelligent Han Jiangxue couldn't understand what Jiang Shao was talking about. On the other hand, Xia Yin was more honest. She simply thought that Jiang Shao was spouting nonsense. How should I put it? Jiang Shao subconsciously looked around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Xia Yan's weapon of desperation. When you summon it, you're activating your star technique and consuming star power, right? Yes. Xia Yan nodded. The star map isn't. The body of the sword is composed of the star map and star power, but it only occupies a small part of it. What really makes this sword appear in my hands are the skills that I've learned and the movements that I've honed over and over again. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "This sword is made of your thoughts." Snap! Jiang Shao snapped his fingers. Although it's not accurate, you can understand it this way. Let me give you an inaccurate example. My understanding and mastery of the movement of the giant sword form the handle, while my understanding and mastery of the downward/form half of the blade. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and said, "All in all, it's not my understanding of the star map and the weapon itself that formed this sword. Instead, it's my understanding of the giant blade technique that formed this sword." Jiang Shao added, "Or rather, it's this sword that has acknowledged me and allowed me to piece it together. The relationship must be clear. It's the active party, while I'm the passive one. I'm the one being tested by it." Hearing this, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan couldn't help but frown and ponder. What did Han Jiangxue know about white flames? She didn't have any star techniques like that. In fact, she didn't even have the burning flame star technique, so she couldn't ignite flames in her hands. The only thing that was close to it was that she could summon bursting flames and summon a fireball in her hands. The Law Awakened Star Map seemed to be completely different from the Combat Awakened Star Map. Xia Yan was even more miserable. She had a two-handed sword star map, but she had been practicing the giant sword technique. Although the giant sword was also two-handed, it was a completely different weapon. What kind of understanding could she have of a two-handed sword? Xia Yan couldn't help but grimace and ask, "Do I have to change my weapon?" Jiang Shao was pessimistic about it. Is this something that can be solved by changing weapons? Jiang Zhao's giant sword technique is of platinum quality. How deep is his understanding of the giant sword technique? Perhaps it belonged to the category of being unparalleled in the world. If Xia Yan wanted to summon a two-handed sword in the galaxy stage, she would have to work extremely hard. Would her talent alone be enough to support her to upgrade the giant sword technique to platinum quality? Assuming that Xia Yan also has an internal star map rating. Jiang Shao said, "After Star Warriors advance to the galaxy stage, there will be a chance for enlightenment. You might be able to master the ability to summon a two-handed sword, right? It might not be realistic to max out your greatsword skill, or will the star map skip this stage and directly give you a greatsword?" As for Han Jiangxue, the Law Awakened Star Map was even more terrifying. Who knew if it was an ordinary flame or a flame with some other attribute? The most important thing was that the rules awakened were naturally at a disadvantage in understanding the star map compared to the Combat Awakened. The star maps of the Combat Awakened were mostly weapons. It was obvious that they would be able to turn the star map into a weapon if they learned how to use it. What about the rules awakened? Take Han Jiangxue as an example. She would have to learn how to use the white flames. Putting aside the white flames that might have special attributes, Han Jiangxue's star map will be classified as fire. In that case, Han Jiangxue would have to learn how to use fire. Since it's a giant sword, she would at least have a clear idea of how to use each move. How to use fire, then? Should she collect the juice with a large flame and simmer it slowly? Illuminate, grill, keep warm, and commit crimes? According to normal standards, the two of them should be able to turn the star map into a weapon when they were in the Starfall stage. Jiang Shao was probably the only one in the world who could summon the blood-colored giant sword when he was in the early stages of the galaxy stage. After all, his swordsmanship was impressive. Jiang Shao suddenly extended his hand, and the star map of the blood-colored giant sword appeared on his body. However, this time, he did not pull the handle out from his chest. Instead, he held it in the air and slowly, as a crimson mist surrounded him, a huge crimson giant sword slowly took shape. Exquisite, bewitching. At the same time, countless giant sword techniques flashed through Jiang Zhao's mind, as if he was watching a movie in which he was the main character. What was even more interesting was that the image in Jiang Zhao's mind was not of him killing everyone in the ring. Instead, it was the image of him in the dark night shelter mountain, facing the boulder in the boundless wilderness and drawing the sword thousands of times. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but be speechless. The requirements for the star map into a weapon were too high. It was not that other star warriors did not work hard enough, but for Jiang Zhao to be able to grind a boulder every day and night to the point that he was almost crazy talent, perseverance, determination, and even luck were indispensable. The blood-colored giant sword star map was not just a simple and boring training scene. It was to select the essence of Jiang Zhao's thousands of movements, such as lifting, hacking, cutting, sweeping, and poking. It would then choose one of the movements that it recognized the most and piece together the shape of the giant sword. As an examiner, the blood-colored giant sword even enjoyed the strength, angle, and speed of Jiang Zhao's movements. According to such standards, the Starfall stage was no longer a threshold, and the enlightenment that came with it was a benefit. At least, it was a benefit for most Star Warriors. Without the enlightenment, Jiang Zhao could even proudly say that most Star Warriors would not be able to turn the star map into a weapon until they died. Now, he thought about his first star map, the Big Dipper star map. Oh my goodness, without the benefits of the Starfall stage, Jiang Zhao would probably not know what the Big Dipper star map was for the rest of his life. Hence, the threshold of the Galaxy stage was undoubtedly a benefit as well. It would give the Star Warriors a chance to make a great leap and improve their physique qualitatively. Although the threshold of the Starfall stage was not as strict as the Galaxy stage, it was also a benefit that allowed the Star Warriors to forcibly understand their own star maps. What about the threshold of the Starfall stage? What benefits would there be? Speaking of which, the Star Warriors of the Starfall stage were just like diamond-quality star techniques that ordinary people would never see in their entire lives, right? Jiang Zhao had already arrived at the Capital Star Warrior University, which was the top school in the country. However, Jiang Zhao had never heard of any principal or teacher who was in the Starfall stage or had diamond-quality star techniques. It seemed that those two things were just concepts. If Jiang Zhao's star technique was stuck at platinum quality, he might not believe that there was such a thing as diamond quality in this world. I think I should be able to do something, Jiang Zhao said all of a sudden. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were both pondering about their star maps in silence. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, they couldn't help but turn a look at him. Jiang Zhao looked at Xia Yin and said, "You taught me the 9 styles of the Xia family." All of a sudden, Xia Yin became excited and immediately forgot about her star map. She then looked at Jiang Zhao with great anticipation. Jiang Zhao said, "I've also created some moves myself, but most of them are just jokes. For example, the 13th style, the 11th style, Great Compassion, and the 10th style, Hidden Dagger and Smile." The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched awkwardly. Jiang Zhao frowned and said, "Among the many jokes, it seems to have acknowledged the 14th style." Xia Yin frantically asked, "What is it?" Jiang Zhao said, "The 14th style of the Xia family swordsmanship, a letter of divorce." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Xia Yin asked in bewilderment, "A letter of divorce? When did that happen? Who did you divorce?" Jiang Zhao stood up and raised the giant blood-colored sword vertically before looking up at it. Then, Jiang Zhao suddenly loosened his grip. The giant blood-colored sword did not fall and instead floated quietly in the air, emitting a large amount of crimson mist. Jiang Zhao looked up at the giant blood-colored sword in the air and answered, "Kongjind, Kongjind." The first word represented the country. The second word represented the female leader. In the heavy rain, Jiang Zhao was high up in the sky with his head lowered while his entire body plunged vertically. He held the giant sword in his hand and stabbed it towards Kongjind, who was hidden in the Mud Flow River. At the next moment, a giant crimson sword suddenly appeared in the sky, 10 meters above the Scourge ruins. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and it was stabbing downwards rapidly. Damn! Jiang Zhao's eyes turned white, and his head stiffened as he fell backward. The illusory, giant crimson sword shadow rushed into the ground of the Scourge ruins, but it seemed to be just an illusory shadow that did not cause any damage to the ground at all. Xia Yin was still reminiscing about the huge crimson sword shadow in a mesmerized manner. After discovering that the sword shadow did not cause any damage, Han Jiangxue frantically turned around to look at Jiang Xiao. However, she discovered that Jiang Zhao's eyes were tightly shut and his body was lying limply on the ground. He had already lost consciousness and passed out completely. It's the end of the month. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 689. Midnight, 12, 17, 20. 4,000-word chapter. Please vote for support. Star Power Abundance leveled up to Gold Quality Level 1. As a piece of information appeared in his mind, Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and muttered subconsciously, "You may not believe it. Our toxic healer was awakened through leveling up." At the side, Han Jiangxue, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at Jiang Xiao, who was lying on the single bed. Han Jiangxue hurriedly stood up and walked towards the bed before gently pressing her hand on Jiang Zhao's forehead. As the ice mist in Han Jiangxue's hand spread, Jiang Xiao felt a slight coolness and slowly opened his eyes. His dazed eyes gradually focused, and he finally saw the person in front of him clearly. "It's good that you're awake," Han Jiangxue said softly. Han Jiangxue said softly. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually greatly relieved deep down. "How did I?" Yes, I turned star power into martial arts and wrote a divorce letter." Jiang Xiao sat up and realized that he wasn't as weak as he imagined. The star power in his body was surging, and he felt extremely comfortable instead. Han Jiangxue said softly, "You've been unconscious for 2 days." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Han Jiangxue smiled and gently patted Jiang Zhao's forehead with her cold palm. "If you hadn't woken up, Xia Yin would have eaten the bamboo bear." Jiang Xiao looked around, only to find that Xia Yin was sleeping soundly on the ground with the bamboo bear as her pillow. There was also a pile of snack wrappers beside her, but he had no idea if they belonged to her or the bear. Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "She has to be able to defeat the bamboo bear first. It's hard to say who will eat who." Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and smiled. She sat on the small bed and looked at Jiang Xiao with concern. "What happened? Is there a problem with turning star power into martial arts?" "No, there's no problem." Jiang Xiao hurriedly shook his head and dispelled Han Jiangxue's doubts. "My star power was sucked dry. That's why I'm like this. There's no problem with my understanding of the star map." Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Is the total amount of star power in the galaxy stage unable to support your star transformation?" Jiang Xiao said, "Anyway, using a letter of divorce won't work. I was rather happy when I saw the giant blade shadow, but it drained me dry." Han Jiangxue advised softly, "Under normal circumstances, there won't be such a huge price to pay for having your star power depleted. You've been sleeping here for 2 days before waking up. I reckon that the giant blade shadow must have consumed a lot of star power. You'd better not use it before you reach Galaxy." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry. I'll only summon the giant sword in the future and use it as a weapon." When the total amount of star power increases, I'll study my moves again. Actually, I still have a lot of things that I want to experiment with, such as the 15th move, crushing mountains and splitting seas. The shattering mountains and breaking seas appeared during the World Cup. At that time, the Sea Burial King from the Sima Kingdom turned the green field into a water cube. Jiang Xiao also cut the water cube into pieces, causing the water cube to explode and the prince's home field to be completely destroyed. The visual effects were rather good and were still circulating on the internet. In fact, many of Jiang Zhao's competition scenes were circulating on the internet, and the effects were comparable to those of sci-fi blockbusters. Hence, it became a popular choice for youngsters to sign autographs. The pictures of the silly netizens were really coquettish. For example, after the shattering mountains and splitting sea segment, There was a picture of Batman being pressed against the wall by the Sea King. Batman smiled at the Sea King and said, "Your house blew up." Han Jiangxue was overjoyed and couldn't help but rub Jiang Zhao's head. She chided, "You actually have all these fancy moves in your head." Jiang Zhao couldn't help but tilt his body and dodge her palm. He secretly nodded and thought to himself, "Sis's attitude towards others has never changed, but she's getting gentler and gentler towards me." Impressive, toxic healer, Jiang Zhao thought to himself with a blissful smile on his face. "Let's go out," Han Jiangxue said softly. Jiang Zhao asked, "Are you hungry too?" Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Zhao pretended to sigh and said, "Ah, woman, how are you going to live without me? You'll starve to death sooner or later." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. While opening the space door, Jiang Zhao muttered softly, Okay, I'll hurry up and find you something to eat." Han Jiangxue almost kicked him. The siblings woke Xia Yin up and finally walked out of the shadow ruins. Without hesitation, they jumped into the living room and went straight to the bathroom, one for each of them. Although Jiang Zhao's star power had been drained 2 days ago, and he had fainted, he was already fully recovered during the 2 days he was unconscious in the Shadow Ruins. The Shadow Ruins was indeed a good place to recuperate. During the boring wait, Jiang Zhao heard the sound of the showerhead coming from the bathroom and silently opened his internal star map. "Did my basic technique, star power abundance, upgrade just now?" After taking a look, Jiang Zhao got a great shock when he saw his basic techniques interface. "This is..." Jiang Zhao couldn't help but mutter. Originally, on the basic technique interface, Jiang Zhao's Xia family swordsmanship was Platinum Quality Level 1. When he looked at Star Power Abundance, he discovered that the quality of the Xia family swordsmanship had somehow reached Platinum Quality Level 4. It was a total of 3 small levels. That was not a small level of brass quality. It was a small level of platinum quality. What was the concept of platinum quality? Especially for the skills category, platinum quality was a level that ordinary people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yet, it had increased by 3 small levels. What's going on? Did it level up while I was unconscious? Summoning the Star Warrior, digging deep into the giant blade technique in my mind, sifting through it over and over again, and repeatedly selecting carefully, actually nourished my giant blade technique? Jiang Zhao had made it very clear previously that the Star Warrior transformation and the dark red giant blade that was summoned was pieced together from his thoughts. Oh my god, Star Warrior transformation has such an effect? Jiang Zhao couldn't help but scratch his head. I'll have to summon it often in the future, be it learning from the past or forcing myself to have a deeper understanding of the giant blade technique. The act of Star Warrior transformation would be beneficial to Jiang Zhao. To Jiang Zhao, it would be fine as long as he didn't use the letter of divorce. The amount of star power required to summon the dark red giant blade was still acceptable. Jiang Zhao, who had been in a coma for 2 days in the Scourge Ruins, was in excellent physical and mental state. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were in great condition, except for the fact that they were a little hungry. They had already been delayed for 2 days. When Han Jiangxue came out of the bathroom after bathing, Jiang Zhao suggested that they set off immediately to buy some food before heading straight to the arsenal. There was an arsenal in the west of Dashi City at the border with Zhongji Province. Jiangbin City was not far from Dashi City and could be reached within an hour's drive. That was also the arsenal that second last often took him to. After getting an affirmative answer from the 2 of them, Xia Yan's Land Rover was requisitioned again, and the 3 of them rushed to the arsenal after buying a large amount of food. The sudden arrival of a Guardian of the Night and 2 Wasteland Reclaimers gave the guards of the arsenal a great shock. When Jiang Zhao said that it was too cold in winter and they wanted to enter the arsenal to keep warm, the local guards twitched their lips awkwardly. After reporting to their superiors and verifying their identities, they were allowed to enter according to the instructions given by their superiors. Jiang Zhao didn't think that his identity as a Wasteland Reclaimer would bring the 2 of them such benefits. He was able to sneak in for free, of course, because of his identity as a Guardian of Night. It was really a pleasure to go from the snowy Dashi city to the picturesque arsenal that was like spring all year round. As always, the weather was nice and the environment was pleasant. There were green grasslands and deep forests everywhere, making them feel at ease. The three of them also began their training here. Xia Yan, who was in the middle of the galaxy stage, had already begun to fight the Ape Ghoul King. When Jiang Shao saw the massive Ape Ghoul King and the massive star power Xia Yan fighting each other, the scene of them flying around and fighting fiercely was really exhilarating. Xia Yan was really in high spirits as she fought against the Ape Ghoul King while activating body of star power and brutality. She was just like a majestic giant god of war. With the help of the Blade of Desperation, the Ape Ghoul King was constantly defeated by Xia Yan. With the existence of Jiang Zhao's platinum calmness, the negative effects brought about by Berserk were completely eliminated, and Xia Yan would not lose her mind. With nostalgia and countercurrent light, Xia Yan did not have to worry about the problem of star power consumption. Han Jiangxue realized that Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were really compatible. Their star techniques were a good match. Jiang Zhao's toxic healer could indeed unleash Xia Yan's combat abilities to the greatest extent. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were much more low-key. Apart from the Ape Ghoul King, the Savage Sorcerer, and the Witch, they basically wouldn't touch the other creatures of other dimensions. They were preparing for a rainy day by fighting the Ape Ghoul King. Both Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao believed that one day, Jiang Shao might use the body of star power as bait. Killing the Savage Sorcerer star beads was, of course, for the sake of upgrading the quality of Jiang Zhao's star technique. As for killing the Savage Sorcerer, well, it was purely for the sake of money. The trio strictly followed the 996 plan that Han Jiangxue had formulated. They spent 9 hours training in the Scourge Ruins, 9 hours cultivating in the Scourge Ruins, and 6 hours resting and sleeping. There were still some loopholes in the plan. Due to the fact that they arrived in a hurry, they only bought food but not beds. Hence, Jiang Shao slept on a small bed while Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan slept on the floor. Every time he returned to the Shadow Ruins to rest, Jiang Shao would always think, "This is the status of a man. Who's the toxic healer? We have to sleep on the bed." As for little Jiangxue and little Arian, they could just use the grass mat from the Star Pet Paradise and sleep on the floor. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao could only rest on a normal pillow while Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan hugged the baby bear like a large plush doll while they slept soundly. Jiang Shao, who finally found out the truth, teared up. Humans are inferior to bears? He finally knew what a real status was. Nearly a month of hard training passed quickly, and everyone had gained a lot. There was a naturally formed hill in the snowfield of holy ground in Jianan village. The terrain was unique, and Jiang Shao could confidently fill star beads there. However, most of the other holy grounds were open. That was something that couldn't be helped. Jiang Shao couldn't concoct star beads openly, and he had no choice but to bypass the Guardians of the Night in order to stir up trouble. On the first day of entering the arsenal, the search for the Savage Sorceress was rather arduous. However, as the three of them ventured deeper into the arsenal and arrived in the depths of the forest, the situation gradually improved. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's Tear Star technique was the beast-seeking technique. The heavy rain covered a large area, and even though there were trees blocking it, they could still sense all the star beasts when the rain fell on the ground. With the help of the Tear Star technique, Jiang Zhao's efficiency in collecting star beads was extremely high. At this moment, Jiang Shao was no longer the same Jiang Shao who came here with second last to try his luck. He and Xia Yan could clearly sense every inch of land in the arsenal and every figure hidden in it. Only when the Savage Sorceress hid in the cave would they be able to escape Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's eyes. Thanks to the efficient killing operation, Jiang Shao saw a ray of hope on February 12, 2018. In the dense forest, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan crouched in the bushes and sensed the Savage Sorceress marching in the rain. They were ready to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Shao whispered, After this, we'll go home for the Lunar New Year. Xiaoyan grinned and said, it doesn't matter if we do a few more. Anyway, it's only the Lunar New Year the day after tomorrow. You should focus on upgrading the quality of your star techniques. Jiang Shao suddenly jumped out of the bushes and almost exclaimed, Demetia! Jiang Shao jumped onto the face of a savage swordsman, only to see that his shoulder was covered in green glow. He then gently pushed it forward. Savage Sabresman's body suddenly tilted, and he flew dozens of meters away. Accompanied by the sound of Savage Sabresman plunged into the deep forest, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao kicked out a countercurrent light and connected it to the savage sorceress a few meters away. He continued, it's the Lunar New Year the day after tomorrow, but it's Valentine's Day the day after tomorrow. After this, hurry home. Little Jiang Shue and I have to go watch a movie or go shopping. Xia Yan was holding the giant blade of desperation and was just about to hunt the evolved savage sorceress. However, after hearing Jiang Zhao's words, she suddenly changed her target and aimed the blade of desperation at Jiang Shao Bang. Xia Yan's body flashed, and she knocked Jiang Shao away with her shoulder. Although her green glow was a bronze quality, it was still powerful. Jiang Zhao's fate was the same as that of the savage swordsman just now. He fell into the deep forest and disappeared. Xia Yin yelled menacingly in the direction that Jiang Shao had disappeared in and stabbed the savage sorceress while yelling, Pushed! Scumbag! The savage sorceress's heart was pierced by the sword, and she grabbed the giant blade of desperation with her sharp claws. Her purple eyes were filled with aggrievement as she slowly fell to the ground. A 4,000-word chapter. Seeking monthly votes. Top. Chapter 690. I'm going to add an update for Butter Tea Loves Meatballs. Nostalgia leveled up. Diamond Quality level 0. Dawn leveled up. Diamond Grade level 0. As Jiang Shao crushed the star bead in his hand, a piece of news appeared in his internal star map. Jiang Shao was thrilled. I'm already strong enough, and I've reached the peak of my life. I'm just short of marrying Ms. Perfect. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao rubbed his buttocks and crawled out of the bushes. Are you all right? Han Jiangshu asked while using Barren Wind to disperse the savages. On the battlefield at the side, Xia Yin was also kicking the savages. She didn't kill them and simply kicked them away. However, Xia Yin humphed coldly and said, What can happen to him? His skin is as thick as a pig's. He doesn't even whine when he's scalded. While speaking, Xia Yin continued, Scumbag pig, why are you so angry? Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Xia Yin, who was throwing a tantrum. He smiled and said, Okay, we'll take you to movies and go shopping, all right? That's more like it. Xia Yin kicked the last caveman away and flung the giant blade of desperation away. The dark silver giant blade fell to the ground and turned into star power before shattering. Jiang Shao smiled and said, You bumped me with your shoulder just now and leveled up, huh? Xia Yin turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, Is that for real? Jiang Shao said, It's true. Xia Yin said, Come over. I'll bump you again. Forget it. Jiang Shao subconsciously rubbed his buttocks and thought to himself, It's good to bear with it. The diamond is indeed a huge diamond, but the problem is that it hurts when it's supposed to. How ridiculous. I wonder who set the star technique effect. It's really asking for a beating. Jiang Shao leaned against the tree and closed his eyes, frowning and deep in thought. In fact, he was just observing his internal star map. Diamond Nostalgia. Halo technique. Allows the units within the range of the halo to attack with a special hatred effect. Absorbs or gives the target vitality, star power, or vitality and star power. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. What kind of star technique is this? The last sentence of Platinum Nostalgia was, absorb the enemy's lost vitality and star power, or give the enemy their lost vitality and star power. Life force and astral power were bound together, whether it was absorbed or given. But now, Jiang Shao thought about it carefully. After it was upgraded to diamond quality, the function of the star technique nostalgia had changed completely. The diamond quality nostalgia allowed Jiang Shao to have more choices. In other words, he could absorb star power and vitality together, or absorb star power or vitality separately. It was the same for absorbing, and it was the same for giving. This kind of leveling up and choosing any combination allows me to do a lot of things. Putting aside the fancy tricks, if he could only absorb the target's star power without absorbing the target's vitality, he would be able to avoid situations where the user's vitality would be full, which would lead to madness and dizziness. Not bad. Where's Dawn? Jiang Shao looked at the introduction of Dawn, which remained unchanged. Diamond Dawn. Nostalgia halo. Always looking forward to and chasing that trace of dawn. Are there any changes? Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask when she saw that Jiang Shao had opened his eyes, but remained silent. Jiang Shao exclaimed, "It's expanded." Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "The range should have increased, right? Anyway, the range of nostalgia will expand every time its quality is upgraded." Jiang Shao then turned on nostalgia. According to the previous samples, the gold quality nostalgia had a radius of 40 meters, while the platinum quality nostalgia had a radius of 60 meters. Hence, the diamond quality nostalgia should have a radius of more than 80 meters, right? Jiang Shao continued. There should be some other interesting effects. Jiang Shao then gestured at Xia Yin with his finger. Xia Yin kept her guard up, but she still walked over reluctantly. Jiang Shao stepped on the halo of nostalgia, and the dark gold scale of dawn lit up again and began to rotate. Jiang Shao stretched out a finger and poked Xia Yan's arm gently. Xia Yan was speechless. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and said, "I didn't absorb any vitality. All I got from scamming was star power." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Scamming? That's a very accurate description. Xia Yan was overjoyed to hear his words and said, "Has the lousy effect of absorbing vitality finally been removed? That's great. I can do whatever I want in the future." Jiang Shao grinned and asked, "What do you mean by lousy effect?" Xia Yan pointed at the surrounding forest and said, "Have you forgotten when you carved words on my arm? Right here in the armory? Have you forgotten?" Jiang Shao looked a little awkward. Of course, he remembered the scene. At that time, Xia Yan was standing on the halo of nostalgia and went on a killing spree. In the end, she absorbed too much vitality, causing her body to swell and feel dizzy, just like a beautiful retarded girl. At that time, Jiang Shao had an idea and pulled out his dagger, helped her to sit under the tree, and rolled up her sleeves. Jiang Shao even remembered that he had carved the words on her arm. Dish name, intentionally or unintentionally. Han Jiangxue spoke up for Jiang Shao. "It's good to absorb star power alone. When we enter the shadow of calamity ruins to rest, let's measure the range of nostalgia." Jiang Shao said, "You can also absorb vitality alone, or you can combine both at the same time. By the way, let's not enter the shadow of calamity ruins. Let's go home. It's almost the Lunar New Year, and we have to strike a balance between work and rest." We've been doing this every day, and you guys even helped me kill star beads. You guys are really working too hard. I have to reward you. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan did not agree with Jiang Zhao's point of view. Although she was still looking at Jiang Shao with a resentful gaze, she said, "It's been almost a month, and I've been cultivating in your shadow of calamity ruins. I can clearly feel that my cultivation speed is much faster than on Earth. If there's really a reward, I should be the one to reward you." Huh? Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin curiously and asked, "You're that conscientious?" Xia Yin said righteously, "I've decided. Go home and have a good sleep. Shue, and I will go out shopping. We'll buy some goods for the Lunar New Year and bring you some delicious food." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin in disdain and thought, "Who are you trying to bluff? Aren't you just trying to send me away? How could I let you get away with your dirty tricks?" Han Jiangxue ignored their conversation and said, "I've already touched the threshold of the late galaxy stage. Her casual words gave Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin a great shock. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Han Jiangxue said, the threshold of the late galaxy stage. Xia Yin said in surprise, you only entered the middle of the galaxy stage during the summer vacation. It's only been half a year. You're right. Although she was shocked, Xia Yin was no longer surprised that Han Jiangxue was about to enter the late galaxy stage after thinking about the results of her cultivation in Jiangzhao's shadow of Calamity Ruins. When the trio was in the shadow of Disaster Ruin, their astral power was almost always full. They were constantly trying to break through the upper limit of their astral power, exchanging their astral power over and over again, allowing the purest astral power to flow through their bodies. Xia Yin even guessed that the rich star power environment was transforming and nourishing their bodies and minds, even when they were sleeping. The shadow of Calamity Ruins is really impressive. Jiang Xiao nodded silently. Even the star power environment of the upper dimension was far inferior to that of the shadow of Calamity Ruins. Jiang Xiao said, when you advance to the galaxy stage and have 8 more star slots, you can make up for your various star techniques, get a star pet to assist you, and turn star power into martial arts. Han Jiangxue asked, Jiang Xiao said, let's go to the Dragon Cave. Han Jiangxue bit her lip and stared at Jiang Xiao quietly. He had never forgotten his promise to her. Hey, I'm afraid the two of you won't be strong enough, right? I'm a little worried. Xia Yin said. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao both looked at Xia Yin with bewilderment in their eyes. In life, the toxic healer was indeed troublesome, but during battles, Xia Yin was probably the one who made them the most worried. Jiang Xiao said with a smile, you have to hurry up and ascend to the galaxy stage. No matter what, you have to summon the big sword. Even if you don't know how to use it, you can summon the big sword from the sky and stab the villain like me. Xia Yin looked at Jiang Xiao in disdain and thought, what did you say about turning star power into martial arts? However, Xia Yin listened to Jiang Zhao's suggestion and said, from today onwards, I'll sleep in the Scourge Ruins every day and practice every day. After I go to school, I won't stay in the dormitory anymore. I'll sleep at your place every day. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, I'll take it seriously then. Xia Yin said, of course, I definitely won't lie to you. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, there's no point in talking too much. It's settled then. From now on, sleep here every day and don't go home. When you go back, give Uncle Xia a call and tell him not to go back for the Lunar New Year. How can Lunar New Year's Eve and Lunar New Year be more important than a galaxy stage? Time waits for no one. We'll strive to go to the galaxy stage in our 3rd year. In our 4th year, we'll go to the galaxy stage. In our 1st year, we'll become gods. In our 2nd year, we'll go through the heavenly tribulation and wait for the lightning strike. Go through the heavenly tribulation? Do you think you're a cultivator? Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and said, you're getting more and more ridiculous. I can summon lightning now. Do you want to go through the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Xiao hurriedly shut up, his face full of obedience. The more Xia Yin listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. She ignored the latter half of Jiang Zhao's words and thought that the first half was reasonable, but why did it sound so awkward when it came out of his mouth? Okay, let's go back, Han Jiangxue said while holding up the dark space teleportation shield. The 3 of them returned directly to the space gate of the arsenal to save time and effort. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, within his abilities, Bell and Imprint could be upgraded to diamond quality. However, in order to really enter the Dragon Cave, Jiang Xiao felt that it would be better to upgrade the quality of Sound of Silence. Wangchuan, we can't enter the dimensional space of the Shadow Clan. It's not open to the public, but protected by the country. What if the Guardian of the Night Pass doesn't work? Not only did it not work well, but what if Second Last criticized him? So, Wangchuan, it's time for you to exert your strength again. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, I'll set the actual combat class in Tianjin next semester. Well, since I've already made plans for the next semester, I'll take advantage of the Lunar New Year to send a text message to Chief Instructor Qin to wish him a Happy New Year. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 691. On New Year's Eve, in the morning. At home in Jiangbin City, Huayuan Estate. What? Louder! I can't hear you. Jiang Xiao yelled, while holding his mobile phone in his left hand and covering his ears with his right hand. The sound of firecrackers could be heard outside the window one after another. The atmosphere in the three northern provinces was indeed a little more intense, and the firecrackers could go on from day to night. On the other end of the line, the hoarse voice did not raise its volume at all and simply repeated, "Mission, I can't go back." "What exactly are you talking about?" Jiang Xiao said in distress. The sound of firecrackers stopped, and he frantically asked, "Where are you?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, "Mission, I can't go back for the Lunar New Year." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. At the next moment, the sound of firecrackers was heard again. Anyway, Jiang Xiao couldn't hear what the other party was saying, and he felt like he was lying to himself. He suddenly changed the topic and exclaimed, "Woman, don't ever come back again." Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao muttered, "Had I known that you wouldn't come back, I would have slept on your bed. The huge bed that cost tens of thousands of dollars is just sitting there. I'll sleep on the floor in the training room every day." As the sound of the firecrackers continued, Jiang Xiao said, "If you need me, write to me. I can also bring some frozen dumplings for my brothers." Jiang Xiao then hung up the phone helplessly. However, when Jiang Xiao hung up the phone, he realized that he had no words to say. Second last had already hung up the phone at some point in time. Jiang Xiao frowned and realized that things were not simple. Maybe she hung up on the first sentence? Forget it, I don't care anymore. Jiang Xiao casually tossed his mobile phone on the table and picked up the couplet on the table. He then walked out of the room while humming a tune that he couldn't even hear clearly. Good luck comes, I wish you good luck. Good luck brings happiness and love. As soon as Jiang Xiao walked out of the door, Han Jiangxue brushed past him and entered his room. To be exact, it was the training room. This training room was remodeled from his parents' bedroom. Everything had changed, except for his parents' wedding photo. Jiang Xiao turned around and was about to say something and ask Han Jiangxue for help. However, when he saw her walking towards his parents' wedding photo, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Xiao moved a stool, walked out of the room, and tore off the old couplets on the doorframe. In the end, Xia Yin still went home. The Chinese were rather traditional, especially during the Lunar New Year, which was a major event and a time for family reunions. To Xia Shanhai, they really liked the fact that Xia Yin could be with Han Jiangxue. Being with such an outstanding and self-disciplined star warrior would definitely improve her abilities. However, Xia Yin's mother, Heziyun, missed Xia Yin very much. She made several calls yesterday and asked Xia Yin to come home. She even invited the two of them to celebrate the new year together, but Han Jiangxue politely declined. After pasting the couplets, Jiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction and walked home. When the door of Unit 701 was closed, the door of Unit 702 suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a leather jacket walked out. He walked towards the door of Unit 701 and stared at the newly pasted couplets and the word "Fu" on the door of Unit 701 in a daze. Han Jiangxue stayed in the training room for a long time before coming out. As soon as she stepped out, 2 firecrackers were placed around her neck. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "Let's go. Let's join the team for New Year's Eve. Let's go chase the Nian beast away." Han Jiangxue removed the 2 firecrackers around her neck and said, "We'll talk about it at night. Let's make dumplings first." "Huh? Now?" Jiang Xiao said reluctantly. Han Jiangxue said, "We bought the dumpling wrappers and fillings. You just have to wrap them." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Okay, we'll eat the dumpling wrappers and give the frozen ones to Baby Bear and Little Candle." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Xiao helplessly and thought to herself, "This master is really decent." The siblings didn't go anywhere today. Instead, they made dumplings, cleaned up the house, and changed the new bed sheets and quilts that they bought yesterday. At night, The siblings wore thick-down jackets and ran downstairs. Finally, they set off the 2 firecrackers. Han Jiangxue was wearing a white cotton hat and covering her ears while hiding in the corridor. She popped her head out and watched Jiang Xiao set off the firecrackers from afar. When Jiang Xiao lit the firecrackers and ran back, he saw Han Jiangxue behaving in such a manner and suddenly found her rather adorable. Jiang Xiao shook his head forcefully and chased the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. As the firecrackers burned out, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao, who was reluctant to leave, and said, "Let's go back to cook the dumplings and watch the gala. I've hidden some stuff too." Jiang Xiao chuckled and dragged Han Jiangxue out of the corridor. He then took out 2 sparklers from his pocket and waved them in front of Han Jiangxue's face. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, "It does look beautiful when it burns." She casually summoned a little flame puppet, leaned down, and placed the small firework on the little burning man's head. Sizzle, sizzle. The firework exploded. The little burning man hopped around happily and tried to catch the sparks that were emitted from the firework. Han Jiangxue held onto the little burning man's stick and twirled it around its head while smirking. This kind of expression was indeed rare. Kacha. Jiang Xiao secretly took a photo of it. I haven't posted on Weibo for a long time. Should I go wild? Ever since Jiang Xiao won the World Cup, he really didn't post much on Weibo. The frequency of his posts was very low, and the latest one was a photo he posted when he was eating hot pot with Han Jiangxue in Chengdu. It's time to teach those toxic milk powder a lesson. It's been a few months since I've been attacked. I've almost forgotten the fear of being dominated. Right? Edit the text and send it. Jiang Xiao and Mischievous are not just posted from Huawei. P10 plus I really like this adorable little burning man. I really want to hug the girl in front of it. Picture, P.S. Day 910 of liking Lil Jiangxue. Bastard. Happy New Year, God Pie. Take care of yourself. See you at the World Cup next year. Even if you're crying, I still want a hug. Oh, if Goddess Xue has such skills, why would she need to set off fireworks? Why not just blow up the little burning man? Upstairs, are you the devil? However, Jiang Xiao didn't expect that he had gone overboard. Piles of tainted milk powder weren't a big deal, but what were a bunch of official verified accounts doing here? Aren't you all going home for the new year? Environment Supervisor, Student Shrimpy, please pay attention. You must choose an appropriate place to set off fireworks and firecrackers. It is strictly forbidden to set off fireworks and firecrackers near places that are flammable and explosive. Jiang Xiaopi Mischievous or not hashtag, Yin Xiaopi or not hashtag, Jiangbin Fire Department. I'm borrowing the Weibo of the world champion to inform all the children that please set off fireworks and firecrackers in a civilized manner. Do not throw lit fireworks at people, vehicles, or buildings. You who loves writing, you're in trouble. How dare he use his star technique and summon the little burning man on Earth? Just wait to be dealt with by the Star Association. You can do whatever you want in your own neighborhood. You can do whatever you want just because there's no one around. What happened to the self-cultivation of star warriors? I'm so heartbroken. What's wrong with this world? Laughing emoji. Laughing emoji? Even laughing emoji can't protect you. I'll blacklist you. No, before I blacklist you, I'll scold you first. Let's go. Han Jiangxue held onto the 2 burning fairy sticks and waved them away. She then held onto Jiang Zhao's arm and walked into the corridor. In the elevator, Han Jiangxue had discovered that Jiang Xiao had been editing the text. She leaned over curiously, only to discover that her brother was editing the text. Judging from the content, it seems that he's going to scold me? Oh my God, double happiness. Jiang Xiao suddenly exclaimed loudly. Ding! The elevator door opened immediately. So, is this a new spell? There was no signal in the elevator, so Jiang Xiao didn't scold him in the end. He couldn't be bothered anymore and simply put away his mobile phone. He turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue in surprise. It's been almost a month, and I've finally found them. Han Jiangxue felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She really didn't expect such an outcome. She said, "You're indeed blessed by God to be able to find them today. Let's go cook the dumplings. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and excited. He circled Han Jiangshue's waist with one hand and picked her up with the other. He spun around on the spot and strode out of the elevator. Han Jiangshue didn't dampen Jiang Zhao's spirits when she saw how happy he was. Jiang Shao opened the door and put Han Jiangshue on ground. While changing his shoes, he said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go cook the dumplings." Han Jiangshue was speechless. At the same time, in the upper dimension of the snowfield, the huge black crow flew into the sky above a burnt snow forest. The snow forest was too large and had been completely burned down. Hence, the landmark building was extremely eye-catching. Jiang Shao knew that his miserable life was coming to an end. It's too damn heavy. This damn bamboo bear. When it turns over in its sleep, the crow's body will tremble, and it's constantly struggling on the verge of crashing. Jiang Shao tried his best to fly across the snow forest and stared at the billowing smoke in the distance. He then flapped his wings and flew into the canyon while yelling loudly. Moi moi! Jiang Shao knew that he was there to deliver goods, but he didn't expect that he was there to deliver New Year's goods. Brothers, it's time to collect the New Year's goods. Toothbrushes, watches, shavers, star beads, books, and bamboo pandas. However, Jiang Shao felt that something was missing. Had he known, he would have brought along 2 strings of firecrackers. The pitch-black, one-eyed crow landed at the bottom of the canyon and transformed into a human. Ba-thump, be-thump. The bamboo bear and a few bags of items fell to the ground one after another, making clanging sounds. Where are they? Is anyone there? Jiang Shao yelled at the entrance of the cave. After a long while, there was no response. Jiang Zhao's heart tightened, and he thought, what's going on? He strode into the cave and saw a white ghoul as soon as he turned a corner. A white ghoul helmet. Zhang Songfu, who was wearing a helmet, looked at Jiang Shao in surprise and hugged him in his arms. He then hit his back hard and said, "You're back. Where's the family of 3? Jiang Shao asked frantically. Zhang Songfu hurriedly said, "They're sleeping, but they probably woke up after hearing the sound." Jiang Shao exclaimed, Oh, damn it. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave a thumbs up before gesturing behind him. "Go out and move the goods." "No problem." Zhang Songfu hurriedly walked out. A few seconds later, Zhang Songfu exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, brother. Are you breaking the law?" Jiang Zhao's circular mask was almost distorted from anger. He strode out and said, "Open your eyes. That's a star beast. Bamboo bear. It only appeared in the dimensional space on Earth in the past 2 years." As he spoke, Jiang Shao had already walked out, only to see Zhang Songfu forcing the bamboo bear to sit on the snow and rubbing its furry head to wake it up. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "I brought it for Yuan Yuan to be a playmate. It's docile, obedient, and lazy, but don't provoke it. This guy is of platinum quality." Zhang Songfu's face stiffened slightly, and he hurriedly retracted his hand from the bamboo bear's head and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Behind him, a tender child's voice came. "Playmate, where's your playmate?" Jiang Shao wasn't paying attention, and a small figure darted out from beside his leg. Its short legs were running very quickly, and perhaps because it was running too fast, its left leg tripped over its right leg, and it fell flat on the ground. Yuan Yuan hurriedly got up from the snow and wiped the cold snow off her face before looking at the bamboo bear that was sitting in the snow and looking around. Yuan Yuan widened her eyes in surprise. Wow! The bamboo bear tilted its head and folded its right ear playfully. Huh! Bookmark for easier reading that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.